Chapter 1. Taylor. I draw in a deep breath of the crisp mountain air, savoring the scent of pine that drifts through the open window. I welcome the brilliant sunshine that streams through the windshield, closing my eyes for a moment and feeling the warmth seep into my bones. The car vibrates beneath me as I idle at the crossroads, wondering which direction to turn. Left or right? I wish my life was always filled with such easy decisions. A headache thrums behind my eyes and has become my constant companion of late. Sighing, I dig through my purse and find the bottle of aspirin. I take 2 and swallow them down with a large sip of water from my bottle in the console beside me. I twist the ring my grandmother gave me. It's an old family heirloom that she'd always promised would be mine one day. And when she passed not so long ago, Mom made sure it was given to me. A little symbol is etched into the gold and set between sparkling emeralds. I don't recognize the symbol, but the ring reminds me of her. Soothing and calm and comforting, the very thing I need lately. So, left or right? Decisions. I glance to the mountains on my right, at the distant snowy peaks and the carpet of lush pine that coats the rises and valleys of the land. It's stunning. My leg twitches in anticipation of finding a hiking trail and losing myself in the fresh forest, and the pull in my gut insists I yank the wheel to the right and drive up the narrow road that twists into the forest. So I do. I literally have nothing to lose and everything to gain. The next 2 weeks are mine to forget about my diagnosis of aplastic anemia. Everyone at the nonprofit environmentalist organization I work for understands. They've been nothing but supportive, even though my absence puts extra strain on their already busy workloads. I hope I get to work there for a few more weeks when I get back before I have to leave permanently, but who knows if I'll be able to do even that. I hardly recognize my face as I stare at my pallid reflection in the rearview mirror. I'm not used to seeing my body so frail. The doctors warned me the anemia would get worse. I'm still struggling to accept their grim words. The truth is, no one knows how long I have left. They don't understand why I'm not responding to treatment, why my case defies all typical patterns. All they know is that without some miracle cure, some treatment plan they have yet to uncover, my health and lifespan is significantly impacted. The weight of that reality threatens to crush me, but I can't let it. I didn't think at 28 that my bucket list would be an actual list and not just a vague concept, but that's life for you. So here I am ticking off number 1 from my list: visit the Sawtooth Range in Idaho, find some nature paths off the beaten track and forget reality for a few days. Hope to hell I can walk a few miles without needing to backtrack through exhaustion. It could be a stupid move venturing out here alone while I'm this ill, but I can't bring myself to care. I'll be confined to a hospital bed soon enough. I want a view to remember that I can superimpose on the 4 white walls that will be the last thing I see. A pang of guilt twists in my chest as I think of my parents. The devastation my not being here will inevitably bring them. As an only child, I'm the entire world to them, the apple of their eye after years of struggling to conceive. My mother always dreamed of a large family, a dream that never eventuated, but they've never failed to support my passion for wildlife conservation, encouraging me to make a difference in this world, no matter how small. I love them with every fiber of my being, and the thought of leaving them behind is almost more than I can bear. I can't let that stop me, not now. I have to have the courage to live before I'm forced to die. I guide the car up the narrow road and let my worries fall away with every twist and turn. A deep ravine stretches down on my right, while the shrubs and tall pines stretch to the sky on my left. I drive for a couple of hours, guiding my car around each sharp turn, losing myself in the driving. The air grows crisp the higher I climb. This is the perfect weather for hiking. I'll enjoy taking what walks I'm able to navigate while I can. When I get back, I'll have to get my house in order for sale, get my will and other legalities sorted before I'm forced to give up my independence and rely on Mom and Dad, before I force them to watch me fade. Furiously brushing away fresh tears that have begun to fall, I force my mind from those dark thoughts. I'm here to make memories, to experience everything this world has to offer before it's torn from me. I refuse to let my illness taint this adventure, no matter how impossible that may seem. The scenery is breathtaking, and I'm grateful for the solitude, for the chance to simply exist in this moment without the weight of pity and sorrow that so often clouds everyone's eyes. It's so remote out here, and I love it. I hope I'll find a camping ground, but even if I don't, I have all the camping gear I need stowed in the trunk. I'll be just fine on my own out here in the wilderness for a few days. I don't expect the "Welcome to Willowbrook" sign written in elegant white script against a shining red background that emerges from the forest. There's a town out here? That's strange. There wasn't one marked on the map, but maybe I missed it. As I pass the sign, a crackle of electricity dances across my skin, but it's gone as quickly as it arose, leaving me to wonder if it was simply my imagination. Several miles, and twists and turns of the road later, the trees part to reveal the most beautiful little village I've ever laid eyes on, nestled in a pristine valley. The quaint town envelops me as I drive down the main street, taking in the quiet charm and meticulously maintained 1,950 S-style buildings. People amble along the sidewalks, greeting one another with friendly waves and easy smiles. I can't help but notice the peculiar theme to the business names: the Paws and Claws Pet Emporium, the Moonlight Cafe, the Luna Lounge, the Wolf Den Hardware Store. It seems the townsfolk have a particular affinity for all things lupine. Quirky, but I find myself charmed by the eccentricity of it all. As I navigate the quiet streets, I can feel the curious gazes of the locals upon me, no doubt wondering about the stranger with the out-of-state license plate. But there's no hostility in their eyes, only a gentle curiosity that sets me at ease. The rumbling of my empty stomach draws my attention to a retro restaurant, the glowing red neon of Sally's Diner beckoning me inside. Through the wide front windows, I catch glimpses of patrons chatting over plates of food. It looks welcoming and hospitable. Surely I can find something my rebelling stomach can tolerate here, even if it's just a simple cup of coffee. Through the large windows, my gaze lands on an extremely handsome man seated by the window. There's something effortlessly rugged about him, from the weathered tan of his skin to the sexy stubble lining his chiseled jaw. His sandy blonde waves are tousled in that perfectly imperfect way, and when he laughs at something one of his companions, an older woman, says, I feel an unexpected flutter in the pit of my stomach. It's a strange, unfamiliar sensation, one I haven't experienced in longer than I can recall, yet here I am, undeniably affected by this stranger's unassuming masculinity. As well as the older woman, he's seated with an older man plus a beautiful woman around his age, and a pang of misplaced jealousy lances through me. She must be his wife. As I try to shake off these misplaced feelings, I can't help but marvel at the fact that I'm still capable of them at all. When my life dissolved into hospital visits and treatment plans, I forgot what the spark of attraction felt like. A wave of dizziness assails me as I exit my car, but it passes as quickly as it rose. I gather my purse and ensure the vehicle is secured before ascending the 4 steps to the diner's entrance. The merry tinkle of a bell announces my arrival, and an odd hush falls over the previously lively establishment as I step into the foyer area. I'm immediately greeted by a smiling, middle-aged woman with shoulder-length chestnut hair. There's something innately welcoming about her warm demeanor that puts me at ease despite the abrupt silence. "Welcome to my diner," she says, introducing herself as Sally. "Would you like a booth, hun?" Mustering a polite smile, I accept her offer, though the mouth-watering scents of greasy diner fare are already churning my rebelling stomach uncomfortably. A sheen of perspiration breaks out across my brow, but I'm certain that if I can just sit down, the nausea will pass. I only make it 2 steps before the room starts spinning, my knees buckling as the darkness closes in. In those final moments of consciousness, I'm vaguely aware of the handsome stranger launching himself from his seat, features etched in stricken concern as he rushes toward me. Then, everything goes black.
Chapter 2. Liam. The moment she walks through the door of Sally's diner, my wolf's savage howl reverberates through my mind. Mate. Shock and disbelief course through my veins as I struggle to comprehend the reality before me. After countless years of waiting, of teetering on the brink of turning feral, she's finally here. My mate. My salvation. She's breathtaking, with long chestnut waves cascading past her shoulders and striking emerald eyes that pierce my soul. Beneath her beauty, she's too pale, too frail. My heart clenches as my medical training kicks in, cataloging the telltale signs of long-term illness. She sways and begins to crumple. I'm out of my seat before conscious thought registers, my wolf propelling me forward with a speed that blurs the world around me. I reach her just in time to catch her limp form, cradling her against my chest as a wave of panic engulfs me. Her head lolls on my arm. I expect her eyelids to flutter, for her to wake, but she's unresponsive. She's not waking up. Distantly, I'm aware of the commotion around me, my parents' worried voices, my sister Riley's frantic questions, Sally's panicked gasps. I can't focus on them, not now. All that matters is the woman in my arms, the mate I've yearned for, prayed for so long. Liam, is she who I think she is to you? Riley's tremulous whisper shatters the cacophony of panic lancing around me. I can only nod, my throat constricts, the metallic tang of fear coating my tongue as I fight to keep my wolf's anguish at bay. The confirmation drains the color in Riley's cheeks. She turns instinctively into our mother's embrace, Mom's arms encircling her trembling form as she shoots me a look of sheer devastation over Riley's shoulder. Dad's expression mirrors hers, his mouth pressed into a tight line. I need to get her to the clinic, now. There's no room for argument, no time to waste. Every second my mate is unconscious isn't a good sign. I scoop up my mate's fragile form with a gentleness that belies the desperation coursing through my veins. Her head lolls against my shoulder, a few stray tendrils of her chestnut tresses caressing my cheek. She's soft, so soft and feminine. Despite the pallor of her skin, the worrying limpness of her body, she's the most beautiful creature I've ever laid eyes on. The beacon of hope in the darkness that has consumed me. I carefully maneuver her into the back seat of Riley's truck and hop in on the other side so I can cradle her head on my lap. Her scent rises around me, the delicate sweetness of rose petals. Soft and feminine like her. As Riley navigates the familiar roads of Willowbrook, I find myself lost in memories of my time at the Wolf Clinic. I'd spent years there, tending to the scrapes and bruises of our youngest pack members, their bodies not yet capable of the rapid healing that would come with age. As Willowbrook's curse took hold, and more of our kind found themselves without mates, without hope, the birth rate naturally plummeted. With it went my purpose. I'd sought employment in the human world as a doctor helping humans. With my mate's fragile form cradled against me, I'm glad I know how to start treating her. If I can. I shove down the thought as helplessness rises. It won't do myself or my mate any favors. The drive to the clinic is interminable, each second stretching into an eternity as I monitor her breathing, her pulse, searching for any sign of change, of improvement. But she remains still, her skin cool and clammy beneath my touch, which is more than worrying. As we pull up, I'm already formulating a plan, cataloging tests I'll need to run, the samples I'll need to take. I have to find out what's wrong with her, have to find a way to fix it. With a gentleness that belies the urgency thrumming through my veins, I gather her into my arms, cradling her as I sprint toward the clinic doors. I step back into the familiar confines of the clinic, a rush of relief washing over me at the sight of Faye, the middle-aged nurse who has kept this place in pristine condition. Her eyes widen as I charge through the doors, my mate's limp form cradled protectively against my chest, But to her credit, she doesn't hesitate. Sally must have radioed ahead. "I need the exam table readied," I bark, my voice a low growl as I fight to maintain control over my wolf clawing just beneath the surface. Faye leaps into action, her movements efficient and practiced as she whips off the sheet covering the exam table. I lay the female down with the utmost care, my heart clenching at how frail she appears against the sterile backdrop. Her bag. I turn to see Riley clutching a well-worn satchel. There might be medication or something that can help figure out what's wrong. A flicker of gratitude sparks within me at her quick thinking, and I give her a sharp nod before upending the bag's contents onto the nearby counter. An assortment of mundane items clatters across the surface. A hairbrush, a compact, a few crumpled receipts, until my gaze lands on a familiar orange cylinder. Prescription medication. My fingers close around the plastic bottle, and I read the label for the medication for aplastic anemia, a rare blood disorder that occurs when the body's bone marrow fails to produce enough new blood cells. But that's not possible. She can't be my mate if she doesn't have shifter blood coursing through her veins, and shifters don't get human diseases like this. Which means... My heart stutters in my chest as the realization hits me. They've been treating her for the wrong illness this entire time. Suddenly frantic, I rifle through the remaining contents of her bag until my fingers close around a soft leather wallet. I flip it open and scan the ID until her name leaps out at me. Taylor Lewis. Taylor, I murmur, her name rolling off my tongue as though I've always spoken it. I shift my attention to the nurse, who has already begun prepping the necessary supplies. "I need to draw her blood. Can you please gather the gear I'll need?" "Of course," she says, and charges away. Within moments, Faye returns with everything I need, and I make quick work of tying a tourniquet around Taylor's slender arm and sliding the needle into the pale blue of her vein. As the vials begin to fill, I can't resist the urge to smooth my thumb along the delicate skin of her wrist, seeking out the reassuring thrum of her pulse. Thank the goddess it's faint but steady. Once the samples are collected, I waste no time in analyzing them, my years of medical training allowing me to process the results with an efficiency born of pure desperation. Just as I suspected, the truth is laid bare before me. Taylor doesn't have aplastic anemia, although there is something else there. Lupine aplastic anemia, LAAA disorder unique to shifters. No wonder the human medications have been failing her. They were never designed to treat an ailment linked to our kind. I can't blame the human doctors, though. They wouldn't have known what to do. My heart breaks because at this stage of the disease, she would have been told to get her affairs in order. She's lucky she's here. No, not luck. Fate brought her here. Now that I see the truth, now that I understand the true nature of her affliction, I can begin to properly treat her, to save her from her cruel fate. "She needs a transfusion," I murmur, more to myself than anyone else, as I begin rolling up the sleeve of my shirt. My blood will heal her, make her whole again. Riley and Faye's eyes are on me as I prep the necessary equipment, but I pay them no mind. All that matters in this moment is the woman lying before me, her life quite literally in my hands. As her mate, we are a perfect genetic match, a bond forged by the goddess herself, unbreakable and eternal. It is my blood she needs, my blood that will heal her. I settle back into the chair next to her bed. With deft, practiced motions, I slide the needle into the crook of my own arm, guiding the thick crimson liquid through the tubing and into the catheter I've carefully inserted into Taylor's vein. My blood will jumpstart her body's ability to heal itself and usher her back from the brink on which she's been teetering. It doesn't take long for her pale skin to regain the barest hint of color, giving way to a warmer flush. The first tendril of hope blossoms in my chest. She will still need time to recover, but the truth is that I have her now, and neither of us will ever be the same again.
Chapter 3. Taylor. Consciousness creeps in slowly, peeling back the warm, gray layers of oblivion. My mind emerges from the depths of inky blackness in a hazy, disorienting fog, struggling to make sense of the muted sounds and muffled sensations that bleed through the veil of semi-consciousness. The first thing I see is him, the most breathtakingly handsome man I've ever laid eyes on. His tan skin is offset by wavy locks of sandy blonde hair that tumble carelessly across his brow. Hazel eyes, rich and smoldering, bore into me with an intensity that leaves me reeling. His chiseled jawline is dusted with the faintest hint of sexy stubble, making his eyes blaze with such brilliance they don't look natural. He's magnificent, like something plucked straight from the pages of a glossy magazine. And yet, there's an undeniable realness to him, a raw masculinity that sends an unexpected jolt of desire coursing through my veins. It's shocking, this sudden resurgence of want, of need, and for a fleeting moment I find myself wondering what it might feel like to have those strong arms wrapped around me, to lose myself in the masculine beauty of his features. Then he smiles, and everything else fades into insignificance. Fine lines fan out from the corners of his eyes, crinkling with warmth that reaches straight into my soul and squeezes. I press a hand to the spot, half expecting to find the source of the strange heat, but there's nothing there, just the wild cadence of my pulse thrumming beneath my fingertips. "Hi Taylor, how are you feeling?" His voice is rich and deep, like aged whiskey rolling over my senses. I frown, confusion furrowing my brow as I struggle to piece together the fragments of memory. How do you know my name?" There's a fleeting moment of surprise in those hazel depths, before understanding smooths the creases from his forehead. "I'm Dr. Liam Miller. I had to check your purse for medications since you were unconscious, and I needed to know how to treat you," he explains, that brilliant smile returning to sweep the air from my chest. "You're in my clinic." His clinic? But that can't be right. The last thing I remember is the quaint little diner, the scent of burgers and fries overwhelming my senses until everything went black. As my gaze drifts around the room, realization begins to set in. This is no diner these, are the sterile confines of a hospital room, the faint tang of antiseptic stinging my nostrils as I take in the crisp white sheets and the array of medical equipment surrounding me. I try to sit up to get my bearings, but the movement tugs at something in the crook of my elbow, and I freeze. A tube filled with blood that flows from his arm into mine. Panic claws at my throat as the implications begin to set in. What is this? What's happening? Who is this man, and why is he— oh God, is he poisoning me? The questions tumble through my mind in a dizzying spiral, each more frantic than the last. But before I can give voice to my fear, to my confusion, he's on his feet and leaning toward me with a fluid grace that belies his size. He's tall, so much taller than I'd initially realized, with the kind of broad-shouldered build that could so easily overpower me. Yet, as he leans over the bed, taking my hand in his larger one, I feel anything but threatened. "It's all right," he murmurs, his thumb brushing over my knuckles in a soothing caress. "I'm a doctor at Northwestern Memorial Hospital in downtown Chicago. I'm here visiting family, and when you collapsed, I had to act quickly." His gaze holds mine, open and earnest, as if willing me to understand. "We're only in a small town, and this was the only way I could give you the transfusion you needed." "A transfusion? But why would I need—" The questions continue to swirl, but there's a strange sense of calm that washes over me as I study his face. He's telling the truth. I can see it in those expressive eyes, in the worry that creases his brow. "Now that you're awake, I think you've received what you need." Carefully, he removes the IV from the crook of his arm before doing the same for me, applying a bandage to each wound with a careful gentleness. His touch ignites a trail of liquid fire over my skin, a warmth that blossoms outward from the point of contact until it's suffusing every inch of my being. It should be alarming, this strange reaction, and yet it feels right, natural, as if something deep within me recognizes him on a primal level. as if he's someone I've been meant to find all along. My subconscious kicks in with a warning. He shouldn't have given me his blood directly. We could have different blood types, but I guess he's a doctor. He wouldn't have done anything to me that shouldn't be done. You should be feeling better now, he murmurs, those eyes studying me with an intensity that borders on reverence. But you'll need to rest after being unconscious for so long. Unconscious? Panic spikes through me once more as the implications set in. How long was I out? About an hour. An hour. The longest stretch of oblivion this cursed disease has stolen from me. Disappointment weighs heavy in my chest as I think of the hiking trails I'd planned to conquer, the breathtaking vistas I'd hoped to etch into my memory before the end. It seems I'll have to cut this adventure short, turn my wheels back toward home and the bleak, inevitable future that awaits me there. A future without passion or purpose, without anything to look forward to except the cold inevitability of leaving this world far sooner than I'd ever imagined. A lump forms in my throat as I think of the life I'd dreamed of living, the love I'd hoped to find one day. That's not meant for me. Not anymore. Not when my days are numbered. I shouldn't even be finding anyone attractive. Now that I do, I certainly wouldn't act on it. It wouldn't be fair to start something I can never finish, to lead someone on only to leave them shattered in my wake. I force the morbid thoughts aside, shoving them back into the darkest recesses of my mind. Liam's smile dims ever so slightly, and I can't help but question if he senses the melancholy that's crept into my thoughts. But that's impossible. The sudden commotion at the door pulls me from my reverie, and I turn to find two uniformed men entering the room, one wearing a sheriff's badge, the other clearly his deputy. Confusion furrows my brow as I take in their stern expressions, their assessing gazes. I take it Sally's already told the whole town, Liam remarks dryly, a hint of exasperation coloring his tone. The sheriff's gaze lands on me, and I feel pinned beneath the weight of his scrutiny even when his mouth lifts in a smile clearly meant to set me at ease. You know how Sally works. I don't, not really. In fact, I'm quite certain there's a whole lot of subtext I'm missing out on here. Why would the town need to know about my fainting spell, and why would that warrant a visit from the sheriff? Mitch Stokes. The sheriff introduces himself with a nod before gesturing to his companion. This is my deputy, Zane Matthews. How are you feeling, Miss Taylor? I supply, my cheeks flushing with embarrassment at being the apparent center of such attention. Taylor Lewis, and I'm mortified that the whole town knows about my fainting spell. I push upright and straighten my shoulders in a vain attempt to regain some semblance of dignity. I'm feeling stronger now, actually. Strong enough to get going, I think. I can't stay here. Can't allow myself to get swept up in whatever strangeness this town has to offer. Liam's gaze snaps to mine. There's a weight to his stare, a gravitational pull that roots me to the spot, and I can't shake the feeling that he doesn't want me to go. You've had a close call, he murmurs, his tone low and edged with a strange sort of intensity. I don't recommend you drive anywhere, not after what happened. In fact, I think it would be dangerous for you and others if you were to get back on the road, especially if you were to lose consciousness again. He pauses, holding my gaze as if willing me to understand the gravity of his words. Give it a few days at least, to regain your strength. I deflate, the fight draining from me as quickly as it arose. A few days? The request seems so simple, so innocuous, and yet it carries the weight of the world on its shoulders. You're asking a lot, I murmur, unable to keep the tremor from my voice as the cold truth slips past my lips. I have aplastic anemia. I don't know how much time I have left. The admission leaves a hollow ache in its wake, and as I meet Liam's gaze once more, I can't help but wonder why the thought of never seeing him again causes my heart to lurch. He'll forget me by tomorrow, I'm sure, just another patient, another nameless face blurred in the recesses of his memory. However, His expressive eyes have seared themselves onto my consciousness in a way I can't begin to make sense of. Liam studies me for a long moment, weighing something in his mind. Then, finally, "I'm a hematologist at Northwestern Memorial Hospital in Chicago. There was something in your blood work that makes me think I can help you. If you'll let me, of course." The words hang there, heavy with promise and fragile, tremulous hope. I want so badly to believe them, to cling to the life raft he's extended with both hands. But I know better. Forcing a tight smile, I shake my head. "A lot of doctors have tried to help me. I appreciate you thinking you can, but..." The telltale prick of tears stings my eyes. I'm one of those cases no one can help. The first traitorous droplet escapes, and I hate myself for this moment of weakness, for allowing my walls to crumble. Then, faster than I can process, Liam is there, gathering me into his arms and settling me onto his lap with a tenderness that leaves me stunned. I stiffen, every self-preservation instinct screaming at me to pull away, to put distance between us. Because this is very much not how a doctor treats a patient. Chapter 4. Taylor. His hands skim over my back, his touch igniting a trail of liquid fire alongside that same strange sense of calm and rightness that swept through me earlier. Despite every rational thought railing against it, I sag into him, allowing the tension to bleed from my body as I'm enveloped in his warmth, in his strength. What the hell is going on here? The thought surfaces through the haze of confusion and inexplicable peace, sending a frisson of unease trickling down my spine. This isn't normal, isn't right. Doctors don't just scoop up patients and hold them like a lover might. The realization hits me, jarring me back to reality with its stark implications. I should be worried about his behavior, about the inappropriate intimacy he's showing a practical stranger, but that deeper part of me remains steadfastly calm, almost reassured by his presence. It's baffling, terrifying, exhilarating. "I've already contacted my sister, Cindy." Mitch's gruff voice cuts through the tension, jarring me back to the present moment. "She has a room for you at the local hotel, the Wolf's Bite. It's a nice place. You'll be comfortable there." His gaze flicks to Liam, holding his stare for a weighted beat. "Safe to..." Safe? Unease trickles down my spine as the word registers. I shift in Liam's embrace until I can meet the sheriff's assessing stare. Should I be worried? The question slips out before I can rein it in, colored by a wariness I can't quite put my finger on. About safety, I mean? Mitch's expression is carefully neutral, but there's a flicker of something in his eyes. "We've had some wild wolves coming into town lately. It's just a precaution." Precaution? This town, these people. There's something strange about them, something inexplicably other that prickles at the edges of my consciousness. I can't decide if I should be running toward it or fleeing as fast as my feet can carry me. "I can take you over to the hotel, now that the transfusion is complete," Liam offers, his voice a low rumble that sends an unexpected shiver rippling through me. A part of me wants to protest, to insist that I'm perfectly capable of driving myself, but even as the words form on my tongue, I'm acutely aware of the lingering weakness in my limbs, the slight tremor in my hands. As much as I hate to admit it, perhaps a night of rest is exactly what I need. He is right about one thing. I don't want to cause an accident out on the roads. That isn't fair for the innocent person I might hit. If you can just take me back to the diner, I'll grab my car and... "We'll pick it up and bring it over to the bite for you," Zane interjects smoothly. "You should go with the doc. Let him keep an eye on you for now." I open my mouth to protest further, but Mitch's assessing stare pins me in place. There's no arguing with that unwavering authority, that unmistakable aura of command. With a resigned sigh, I give a curt nod. "My purse?" I try a different tack. "And my phone? I should call my parents, let them know where I am so they don't worry." Liam retrieves my satchel from the nearby counter, but shakes his head. "No reception in Willowbrook, I'm afraid." Of course not. Why would a town in the middle of nowhere have something as convenient as cell service? Cindy has internet at the bite. She won't mind you using it, Mitch supplies, as if sensing my growing frustration. I'll radio ahead, let her know you're coming. She'll set her laptop up for you. It's clear they're not leaving me with much choice in the matter, and a part of me bristles at being so thoroughly steamrolled. But the other part, the rational voice of self-preservation, knows they're right. I'm in no condition to be going off on my own. As we make our way out of the clinic, I can't help but notice just how eerily quiet it is in here. It's a far cry from the bustling hospitals I'm accustomed to. Why is it so empty? I'd have thought there'd be more patients, more staff. I'm unable to shake the feeling that something isn't quite right. Liam chuckles, the rich sound sending an unexpected flutter through my chest. There's not much call for medical help in Willowbrook, he explains with a casual shrug. I frown, sensing there's more to the story than he's letting on, but Mitch and Zane are already bidding their farewells. Within moments, it's just the four of us, Liam, myself, and the two women who have yet to properly introduce themselves. This is my sister Riley, Liam says, gesturing to the younger woman with a fond smile, and Faye, the clinic's nurse. Riley beams at me. There's an eagerness about her, an infectious energy that I instantly like. So she's Liam's sister. That makes sense. They have the same shock of sandy blonde curls and piercing eyes. I can't help but marvel at their striking resemblance. She's the woman I glimpsed through the diner window, I realize. The one I'd assumed was Liam's wife, prompting that strange flicker of misplaced jealousy. Heat rushes to my cheeks as the memory surfaces, and I quickly shove it aside. It's not appropriate. Not in the slightest. Even if he doesn't have a wife, I'm not staying here. I can't. And I certainly can't allow myself to develop any kind of misguided attachment to the handsome doctor, even if a part of me aches with a wistful sort of longing at the thought of never seeing him again. It's so nice to finally meet you. Liam, give the poor girl a chance to breathe, Riley gushes, taking my hand in both of hers and giving it an enthusiastic shake. Finally meet you? A roll of something that sounds like a growl comes from deep within Liam's chest. But that can't be right. People don't growl. With a laugh and a roll of her eyes, she turns to her brother and tosses him a set of keys. Here, take my truck. Mom and Dad can pick me up from the diner on their way home. My eyes widen at the implication, at the nonchalance with which she's offering up her vehicle for my sake. That's very kind of you, but I don't want to put you out or anything. I'm sure I can find another way to get there. Don't even think about arguing, Riley cuts me off with a grin and a wink. Trust me, you'll need the truck to get around these parts. The terrain can be pretty unforgiving if you're not used to it. Liam chuckles again, that rich sound sending an unexpected flutter through my chest. She's not exaggerating. Riley's driving is insane. She likes to go tearing down the fire roads, kicking up dust and getting mud all over the interior. He gestures to a hulking 4x4 parked nearby, a beast of a vehicle that seems almost comically oversized for someone of Riley's petite stature. Suddenly, her offer makes a bit more sense. Shall we? Liam prompts, resting his hand at the small of my back. The contact is electric, raising every hair on my nape as that same warmth blossoms beneath his touch. I don't pull away. I can't muster the will to put any distance between us. Instead, I let him steer me to the truck and help me inside. The interior is smeared with dry mud, but as we drive, I drink in the sights and sounds of this strange little town as we go. The fresh, crisp scent of pine is thick in the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of fertile soil and sweet wildflowers. Towering evergreens stretch toward the heavens all around us, their boughs brushing against a brilliant azure sky that seems to go on forever. Houses peek out here and there between the trees, blending seamlessly with their natural surroundings in a way that speaks to the depths of my soul. These people understand the importance of preserving the wilderness, of coexisting with nature rather than bulldozing it into submission. They've managed to carve out a life amid the breathtaking beauty of these mountains without marring or destroying any of it. As a conservationist, it's everything I've dreamed of, everything I've fought to achieve in the cities and concrete jungles that have made up the backdrop of my life. It's a silly thought, a fleeting whimsy born of delirium and exhaustion, no doubt. However, there's no denying the way the town tugs at my heart, coaxing forth a bittersweet ache as I realize just how much I would have loved to live in a place like this. To wake up every morning surrounded by such awe-inspiring natural beauty, to be a part of a community that cherishes and nurtures the very thing I've devoted my life to protecting. I steal a sideways glance at him, taking in the strong lines of his profile, the way the sunlight sets his tousled waves with golden fire. He's a mystery, this man, one I can't quite figure out, can't seem to get a proper read on no matter how hard I try. But the longer I'm around him, the more that strange sense of calm begins to settle over me, lulling my doubts and misgivings until all that remains is an inexplicable sense of rightness. As if this somehow is exactly where I'm meant to be. The thought should terrify me, but instead, it feels like a soothing balm against the vortex of grief and uncertainty that plagues me. We make our way through the heart of the town in comfortable silence, broken only by Liam's occasional murmured observation about one building or another, and by the time we veer off onto a side road shaded by towering evergreens that stretch endlessly in every direction, I've all but forgotten my earlier trepidation. They're incredible, aren't they? Those trees must be hundreds of years old. I'm unable to tear my gaze away from the ancient growth surrounding us. We take preserving the forest very seriously around here. It's our home as much as any building or structure, Liam agrees. Of course he would understand, would share that same reverence for the natural world. It's yet another enigma to add to the seemingly endless pile where this man is concerned. Before I can dwell too long on the implications, however, the trees part to reveal our destination, a vision straight out of a fairy tale. The Wolf's Bite is a quaint two-story building constructed of weathered stone and timber, with a thatched roof and ivy-covered walls. Flower boxes overflow with a riot of colorful blooms, and a well-tended garden surrounds the property, lush and inviting. Gravel paths meander through the greenery, leading to a heavy oak door that looks like it was plucked straight from the pages of a storybook. Wow, I breathe, unable to tear my gaze away from the picturesque scene as Liam brings the truck to a stop beside the entrance. This place is something else, isn't it? He finishes for me with a warm chuckle, cutting the engine and hopping down to make his way around to my side. I'm so entranced by my surroundings that I barely register his approach until his hand is there, offering me the same steady support he has been all along. Without a second thought, I accept, allowing him to guide me down from the truck to the inn's entrance. A woman with long brunette hair and sparkling green eyes greets us from behind the old-fashioned wooden desk, her smile warm and welcoming. "You must be Taylor," she says, beckoning me over with a wave. "I'm Cindy, the owner. I have a room all prepared for you, hon." "Thank you," I murmur, suddenly self-conscious beneath her assessing gaze. "That's very kind of you." "Not at all," she dismisses with an airy wave of her hand. "Any friend of Liam's is a friend of ours." The words give me pause, prompting a curious glance in the doctor's direction. "Actually, Cindy, I was hoping I could use the kitchen." His request is casual, understated, but I can detect that undercurrent of intensity simmering just beneath the surface. Taylor missed lunch, and I'd like to get some food into her after, well, everything. Now that he mentions it, there's a hollow sort of ache in the pit of my stomach, an emptiness I haven't felt in longer than I can remember. It's as if my body is waking up and rediscovering its most basic needs. Like hunger, real ravenous, gnawing hunger that has my mouth watering at the thought of a hot meal. I haven't felt hunger like this since before my diagnosis. It's strange I should feel anything like this now when my appetite has waned for months. "Help yourself, you know where everything is," Cindy says, and smiles at Liam. Then, turning back to me with that same warm radiance. "And for you, hun, Liam requested one of our very best rooms, with a view, of course. There's something almost conspiratorial in her tone, but I don't have a chance to dwell on it because Liam is speaking up once more. Actually, Cindy, I was hoping to book a room for myself as well. His gaze finds mine and holds. I'll be staying to keep an eye on Taylor for the next little while. I need to make sure my patient gets back on her feet. And there it is, the red flag I've been looking for, flapping in the breeze with all the bells and whistles that scream, run.
Chapter 5. Liam. Taylor's eyes widen and her lips part in a silent gasp. Ripples of shock roll over her delicate features as her brow furrows and her emerald eyes cloud with trepidation. Every muscle in her lithe frame goes rigid. Her scent shifts, the soft rose notes souring as fear bleeds into the mix. I've pushed too far, moved too fast. It's no hassle, I promise. But Faye isn't always at the clinic. If you were to lose consciousness again, I trail off, letting the implication hang heavy between us. Time would be of the essence. Cindy doesn't live in the hotel. If something were to happen, she might not find you until morning. Taylor worries, her bottom lip between her teeth, her brow furrowed in an expression of skepticism that has my heart clenching. Why would you do that, though? She presses, giving voice to the doubts I can smell rolling off her. Why is my health so important to you? I'm sure you're here to visit your family, not play nurse to some stranger you barely know. She's looking for holes, for cracks in my story. The last thing I want is to push her further away before I've even had a chance to show her what we could be. If you're uncomfortable with the arrangement, I can go back to my parents' place, I offer, the words like ash on my tongue, even as I force them out. But I'll ask Riley to stay here with you instead, so you're not alone. Tension eases from her shoulders ever so slightly at that, the rigid line of her spine relaxing incrementally. A small victory, but I'll take what I can get in this moment. At the very least, you should let me cook you some lunch. I try again, keeping my tone light and casual in the hopes of putting her more at ease. You missed your meal earlier, and I'd be happy to tell you about some of the local hotspots you can check out while you eat. I'll try not to be too boring, I promise. I silently hope she'll let me show her around. The more time we spend together, the faster the bond will strengthen. I wonder if my blood in her veins will strengthen the bond faster than it normally might. At the least, my blood is healing her. Her pallid complexion has given way to a warm, healthy flush, the sickly sweet scent of disease fading as her natural fragrance of woodland rose petals grows stronger. I shift my stance and try to subtly adjust to a more comfortable position, a move that doesn't go unnoticed if Cindy's knowing smirk is anything to go by. I shoot her a warning look, silently begging her to keep my predicament to herself. Thankfully, the crunch of tires on gravel provides a timely distraction, and I turn to the window just in time to see Zane pull up in Taylor's sedan, Mitch's cruiser right behind him. Relief washes over me as I watch them exit their respective vehicles, Zane disappearing around the side of the building only to re-emerge a few moments later with Taylor's suitcase in hand. There you are, he says with an easy grin, handing the luggage off to its owner as Mitch joins us in the lobby, all taken care of. Taylor accepts the luggage with a murmured word of thanks, her brow furrowed in an expression of profound bewilderment. Everyone in this town is just so friendly, she muses, shaking her head slowly as if she can't quite wrap her mind around the concept. Of course she's confused. She has no way of understanding the true depth of the bond that links us all, the sense of family and unity that comes from being part of a pack. Not yet, at least. It's one of the things I miss most when I'm out in the human world. Here in Willowbrook, we're a pack. We look after our own, protect and cherish them. And Taylor, my mate, my destiny, she's the most precious of them all. It's all part of the service. We want to make sure you're comfortable here for the duration of your stay, Zane replies with an easy shrug. Mitch's gaze finds mine over the rim of his hat, and I see the understanding there, the subtle nod of acknowledgement and acceptance. He knows, of course, could scent the truth on me the moment I carried Taylor's unconscious form into the clinic. "I'll be on standby in case any wild wolves are in the vicinity," Mitch says. Taylor's apprehension spikes and she raises stricken eyes to the sheriff. "Should I be worried? About these wolves, I mean." "You'll be just fine now that Liam is here to watch over you," Cindy reassures her with a warm smile. She steps out from behind the desk and gestures to the corridor that leads to the hotel's rooms. "Why don't I show you to your room, hon? You must be exhausted after such an eventful day." I take Taylor's suitcase from her and we follow Cindy down the corridor toward the guest rooms. Through our bond, I can sense Taylor's appreciation for the cozy space Cindy shows her. The warm, inviting colors, the plush bedding, the view of the gardens through the windows. There's also a flicker of unease, a desire to retreat and shut the world out for a while. I'm not ready to let her slip away just yet, not when the need to keep her close thrums through my veins. I know it must seem overbearing, even untoward, the way I'm inserting myself into her life. She doesn't know me, doesn't understand the forces at play. My wolf, however, knows exactly what's happening. He snarls and growls, demanding that I claim our mate immediately, that I stake my claim and make her ours before anything else can get in the way. "Get a grip," I chide him mentally, struggling to maintain my control. "We can't just pounce on her like that. It would only send her running in the opposite direction." I promise him a run later tonight, once Taylor is settled and sleeping. A chance to burn off some of this restless energy, to sate the raw urges raging just beneath the surface. For now, though, we need to be patient. We need to let Taylor heal and give her time to regain her strength before dropping the bombshell of her true nature, and mine, on her shoulders. The wolf grumbles, displeased but momentarily placated by my reasoning. He knows, as I do, that rushing headlong into this would only end in disaster. Still, the guilt gnaws at me. She deserves to know the truth, to understand the depth of the bond that has already begun to forge between us. I am her mate, her destiny, just as she's mine. But one look at her pallid complexion, at the fatigue etched into the lines around her eyes and the slump of her shoulders, and I know that now is not the time. She's been unwell for far too long. I need to be patient and give her time to heal and regain her equilibrium before I turn her world entirely upside down. "I'd still like to make you some lunch. You must be starving after missing your meal earlier," I suggest, keeping my tone light and casual. Taylor hesitates, and her eyes glide from me to the room. I sense her looking for an excuse, so I interject before she can make an excuse. It will help with the blood transfusion. And I make a mean burger, maybe even better than at the diner. "Don't let Sally hear you say that." Cindy's laughs. Her gaze flicks to mine as she continues. "But I do happen to have all the makings in the kitchen, as long as you make me one too, right, Liam? I'll be in the garden, just call me when they're made." "Would that be all right, if I join your lunch, Taylor?" I know exactly what she's done. Cindy is a romantic at heart, and I know how lonely she is out here. However, like male shifters, the female shifters of our town haven't met their mates either. Time is running out for all of us, and this is Cindy's way of bringing us together and having the happy ending she may never have the chance to experience. "Oh, well, yes, that's very generous. I'm happy to pay extra," Taylor says. Cindy waves her hand in a "don't worry" gesture. "I had everything stocked anyway, and I'd love some company. It's lonely out here, and I love a bit of girl time whenever I can get it. These males can get a bit overbearing sometimes." A timid smile curves Taylor's full lips. "That's very generous. I'd like that. Thank you, Cindy." Cindy sends me a quick wink as she brushes past. I drop Taylor's case inside the room and follow both Taylor and Cindy to the kitchen. Cindy says something to Taylor, who chuckles. Her shoulders loosen as she follows Cindy through the door. "I'll leave you both to it," Cindy says. She sends Taylor a warm smile before she leaves us alone. "Have a seat. I gesture to the small kitchen table as I move to the counter. I'll get started on those burgers. Taylor hesitates, her eyes flicking between me and the empty chairs. I can help, if you'd like. It's the least I can do after you've gone to all this trouble. I wave her off. I'm a doctor, remember? Multitasking and making quick meals is kind of a requirement with my schedule. Understanding blooms in her gaze as the pieces click into place. That's right, you mentioned working at Northwestern Memorial, didn't you? That's quite a trek across the country from there to Willowbrook. Grabbing the necessary ingredients, I nod. I grew up here, but I wanted to expand my experience, work at a bigger hospital for a while. I don't elaborate on why I left. That lack of mates meant Willowbrook's declining birth rate. Well, thank you, she murmurs, settling into one of the chairs. For helping me, I mean. I certainly didn't expect to be such an imposition when I came here. I open my mouth to reassure her, but she presses on before I have the chance. Do you treat many people with aplastic anemia? Her fingers worry at a stray thread on the hem of her shirt, a nervous gesture that has my wolf rumbling with the need to soothe her. At your hospital, I mean. Keeping my movements casual, I continue prepping the burgers as I consider my response. Some, I admit slowly. But you're the first I've encountered with this particular strain. Her brow furrows, and I can sense the melancholy rolling off her in waves, the echoes of it reverberating down our bond. I've been told by many doctors that they can't help me, she confesses in a small voice. That I only have a few months left at best. The grief, the utter desolation in her tone is a kick to the gut. I taste the bitterness of it on my tongue, see the shadows creeping over her lovely features as the weight of her fate presses down upon her. Not always. I've seen people recover, I say. I don't tell her these are human patients with human diseases. The strain of her anemia would never have been detected. Should she never have found Willowbrook, should I not have decided to visit Mom and Dad, she would have died. You'll recover, Taylor. I'll make sure of it. Suddenly she's on her feet, pacing the length of the kitchen with restless, agitated strides. Why are you saying things like that to me? Don't you think if there was any way of getting better, I would have found it by now? My wolf snarls, demanding that I pull her into my arms, that I soothe away her anguish and make her understand that she'll never have to face this darkness again. It's all I can do to hold myself in check, to keep from crossing that line before she's ready. I want to say she'll recover now she has the benefits of lupine blood, that all she needed was more wolf DNA to help regenerate what already runs through her, but I stop because that's one sure way of never seeing her again. You don't have to be nice and pretend like. She trails off, shaking her head as a single tear escapes to trace a shining path down her cheek. Like anything can come of this. I'm dying, Dr. Miller. If this is some kind of cruel joke, I don't have the strength for games. Before I can think better of it, I cross over to her in 2 long strides, gathering her into my arms and pulling her trembling form against me. She stiffens at the unexpected contact, her entire body going rigid, but I can't bear the thought of letting her slip through my fingers when she's so close to unraveling. Let me go. The words are muffled. She presses her palms against my chest and pushes away, but I don't release her. I can't bear not to have her in my arms, not when the bond aches like this with her pain. I want to tell her she has nothing to worry about, that she will recover, but I also know she won't accept that. So I don't speak. I don't offer her empty reassurances. Instead, I act on instinct. I cradle the back of her head in one broad palm and I angle her face up until our gazes lock. I drown in the molten depths of those emerald irises. For a fleeting moment, the world stills and holds its breath. Then I lean in, closing that final distance to capture her lips with mine.
Chapter 6. Taylor. It takes a moment to realize what's happening, to process the fact that Liam, this virtual stranger who has inexplicably inserted himself into my life, is kissing me. And not just a light, chaste brush of lips, but a full-on, searing kiss that burns through my body from my head to my toes. This is the kiss of a man who knows exactly what he's doing, who pours every ounce of intensity and passion into the simple act of joining our mouths. I should push him away, but something stops me. I need to extricate from his iron embrace before this goes any further than it should. He can't want this, not really. Not with someone like me, someone living on borrowed time with an expiration date. Liam doesn't relent, doesn't give me a chance to foster a thought. His mouth remains fused to mine, his full lips molding against my own with a scorching intensity that sends a thrill through me. I taste the faint tang of coffee on his tongue, smell the intoxicating blend of cedarwood with deep, musky masculine undertones on his skin. He shifts his weight, angling his head to deepen the kiss as one large hand cups the back of my skull, holding me in place. And then his tongue sweeps boldly past the seam of my lips, delving into the moist heat of my mouth to taste and explore and conquer. The strangled sound that escapes me is caught somewhere between a whimper and a moan of pure, unadulterated need as liquid fire burns my veins. Every nerve ending is set ablaze, every inch of my skin raised in gooseflesh as his calloused palm skims over the sloping curve of my back. He pulls me flush against the hard planes of his body, eliminating space between us until I can feel his heartbeat against my own rapidly fluttering pulse. The hand not cradling my head drifts lower, his fingertips searing a path of exquisite torture along the dip of my spine before settling possessively at the flare of my hips. He uses that grip to anchor me to him, to grind my softness against him. It's been so long, too long, since I've allowed myself to lose control like this, to surrender to the hunger that flames through my veins. Liam is relentless, his mouth devouring mine with an intensity that obliterates reason and self-restraint. All I can do is cling to him, fisting my hands in the soft fabric of his shirt, as I'm swept away by a raging torrent of desire. Ever since my diagnosis, I've shut that part of myself off, locking it away where it can't tempt me with what I can never have. How can I indulge in intimacy, in the most fleeting of pleasures, when my future holds nothing but a slow, agonizing decline into oblivion? To become attached, to open up to any kind of deep connection, only to have it ripped away. No, it's better to deny myself entirely, to exist in a state of solitude where heartbreak can never take hold. And yet, as Liam's strong arms band around my waist and pull me flush against the hard planes of his body, I can't help remembering what it feels like to be desired, to be wanted and cherished and coveted. I haven't felt this way in so long. No, that's not quite right. I haven't felt like this ever. His kiss is pure seduction, an ardent promise of so much more to come, if only I'll let myself surrender to the heat blazing between us. There is something more to this kiss. This kiss is a promise that has desire blooming inside me. For a few moments, I'm tempted, so incredibly tempted, to let go, to lose myself in this fantasy, to pretend, if only for a little while, that I'm a normal woman kissing an exceptionally virile man, with no greater concern than where this delicious torment might lead. But I can't allow myself to give in to the lie, regardless of how tempting that dream may be. At the end of the day, that's all it is, a fleeting illusion that will soon be shattered by the cold, brutal reality of my condition. I won't do that to him, to us, no matter how tempting the prospect. With every ounce of willpower I possess, I tear my lips from his, panting as I fight to regain my equilibrium. My cheeks are hot, my lips swollen and tingling, and when I finally find the strength to meet his gaze, I'm transfixed by the blazing intensity I find there, a look of such naked hunger and undisguised yearning that it very nearly shatters my resolve entirely. I swallow thickly, forcing words out that I don't want to say. I grip his shirt in my fingers as though anchoring myself to him will make this any easier. Thank you for that, but This can never happen again. Do you understand? His brow lowers, the scorching heat in his eyes giving way to an emotion I can't quite put my finger on, something that looks suspiciously like hurt. A strange, faint ache starts up in my chest that I ignore, but I can't let myself dwell on that, can't afford to get drawn back into the pull of whatever this is between us. You should understand that whatever we begin has an expiration date, so please, please, don't make this any harder than it already is. The anguish that contorts his features in that moment very nearly breaks me, and I blink useless tears away. I can't back down, can't allow myself to be swayed onto a path that leads only to devastation and sorrow, and I'll be damned if I'll be the one to take either of us down it. Not when the end is inevitable. I pull away from Liam. It's harder than I thought to extricate myself from his embrace. An invisible cord tugs me back toward him even as I make myself step away, but it's nothing more than a figment of my imagination, a desperate manifestation to feel a connection I've denied myself. I manage to make my way from the kitchen, fleeing down the quiet corridor to the sanctuary of my room, blinking back the sting of tears. The moment the door closes behind me, I collapse back against the sturdy oak, sliding down until I'm crumpled in a heap on the carpet as the floodgates finally burst. Great, wrenching sobs tear from my throat, my entire body shaking with the force of them as I finally give voice to the raging storm of emotions. Grief and longing, hope and desolation all come pouring out in a torrent of anguish. Yet even as the tears stream down my cheeks, an odd sort of calm begins to settle over me, emanating from warmth blooming in the center of my chest. Frowning, I press a hand to the spot, feeling a steady thrum spread outward, muting the sharp edges of my sorrow into a dull, hollow ache. I close my eyes and sink into the gentle warmth that takes the cutting edge of reality away. Anything to stop this hurting so much. I don't realize I've drifted off until I'm blinking awake once more, the inky blackness of night cloaking the world outside my window. A tantalizing aroma wafts beneath the door, setting my stomach to rumbling with a sudden, ferocious hunger. Pushing to my feet, I pull the door open and find a plate sitting on the floor with a gleaming metal dome covering it. Lifting the lid reveals a thick, juicy burger, clearly Liam's handiwork from the kitchen earlier. Despite my rejection, he still went to the trouble of preparing it for me. There's no sign of the man himself lingering in the hallway, and I can't decide if I'm relieved or disappointed by his absence as I gather up the plate and retreat back into my room. What I do know is that the scent of the food is irresistible and has my mouth watering in a way it hasn't in a long time. Before I can even think twice about it, I lift the burger to my lips and take a ravenous bite, a low moan of pure bliss escaping me as the flavors explode over my tongue. It's divine, rich and savory, and so satisfying that I nearly inhale the entire thing in a matter of minutes. By the time the last crumb has been devoured, I'm equal parts sated and exhausted, as if the simple act of eating actual food has drained me of what little reserves of energy remained. Stripping out of my clothes, I make my way to the ensuite bathroom, determined to have a hot shower before I go to bed. I slide between the sheets, and almost as soon as I burrow deep under the duvet, I'm assaulted by dreams so vivid they could be real. I'm running through a dense forest, the wind whipping through my hair as the loamy scent of earth and vegetation fills my lungs. Liam is there, keeping pace beside me, his hazel eyes blazing with a fierce, predatory light. Then, before my eyes, he begins to shift and change, his form blurring until a great wolf takes his place, a beast of rippling muscle and thick silver fur dappled with flecks of brilliant white. I should be afraid, fleeing in terror. But I'm not. In fact, the thrill that spikes through me is one of pure, unbridled exhilaration and has me laughing with delight as I match my strides to his. We race through the ancient growth, leaping over fallen logs and ducking beneath low-hanging branches as if we've done this 1,000 times before. The scent of a nearby rabbit sends an instinctive hunger pulsing through my veins, and I put on an extra burst of speed, steadily gaining on my prey until I'm no longer running on 2 legs, but 4. I look down, startled to find my pale skin replaced by a thick tawny coat, my feet transformed into padded paws that eat up the ground with each powerful stride. Shock lances through me, while some deeper part of my mind accepts this bizarre change, reveling in the heightened senses and the pure, unadulterated freedom of the hunt. Liam, because I know somehow that the great wolf keeping pace at my side is him, lets out a haunting howl of encouragement, and then we're crashing through the underbrush in a flurry of fur and muscle and single-minded determination. We break through the tree line into a small, moonlit clearing in which a small hut made from woven branches is situated. It reminds me of what I imagined the witch's hut in the story Hansel and Gretel would look like, all twisty and turny and somehow still upright. A tendril of unease snakes through me as a figure emerges from the doorway. A man with styled blonde hair and sparkling, brilliant blue eyes. His gaze is locked on me with a cold look that slices right through me. Every instinct screams at me to turn tail and run, but I'm rooted to the spot, unable to move, until the man steps toward me. Then, just as abruptly as the vision began, it shatters, and I jolt awake with a strangled gasp. My skin is slicked with a cold sweat, my heart thundering in my chest as I struggle to catch my breath. Unease clings to me, but I feel more energized than I have in longer than I can recall. The electric vitality thrumming through my veins has me pushing aside the covers and padding to the bathroom. My reflection makes me pause. My face, normally pale, is flushed with pink, and my usual dull eyes gleam with an inner light. I look healthy. The bees are, but not entirely unwelcome, if I'm being honest with myself. I wonder if it is Liam's blood transfusion or simply the crisp air of the mountains, but I keep a tight rein on my hopes. I've been in remission before, and I don't want to experience that crushing feeling when it turns bad again. My mind drifts back to our searing kiss, to the scorching heat of his mouth possessing mine. The ghost of his tongue on my lips is still there, as is the smoky cedar wood that clings to his skin. My mind skips to the devastated anguish that creased his brow when I pushed him away, and to the echo of that strange, hollow ache that reverberated through my chest. I splay my hand over my chest, wondering if that had been my imagination, or if it had been all mine. One thing is for certain. I can't face Liam again, not after the way I behaved, not when the thought of his wounded expression makes that phantom pain bloom again. It's better for both of us if I simply move on. If I leave this strange little town and its even stranger inhabitants behind me for good. I square my shoulders, gather my belongings, and shove aside the persistent tendril of doubt that whispers at the back of my mind. I snap the latches on my case shut and set it beside the door. I'll leave it there while I find Cindy to shore up my bill. I walk down the corridor where I smell the delicious aroma of coffee coming from the kitchen. As I push through the door, I expect to see Cindy, but Liam is standing in the small kitchenette with his back to me, a pile of pancakes steaming hot on the table. He moves with an easy grace at the stove, flipping each one with practiced motions as the scent of syrup and butter fills the air around him. I should turn away, but that unseen force holds me immobile, rooting me to the spot as I watch the play of toned muscle shifting beneath the fabric of his shirt. My eyes run over his body, greedily drinking in his broad shoulders, long legs, and the firm globes of his backside. I must make some noise because he turns. Our gazes lock and instant heat blooms low in my belly. "Morning, Taylor. I made enough breakfast for 2, if you're interested." The invitation hangs there, full of unspoken anticipation and brimming with the same intense heat that laced his kiss. My mind screams to walk away as I planned, but the invisible cord sinks a hook into my chest and pulls me into the room. The next thing I know, I'm standing chest to chest with him, my nipples beating into aching points and molten arousal smoldering low in my belly. Liam's gaze drops, tracking the subtle shift in my body with hungry eyes. And when that searing hazel meets my own, it's all I can do not to whimper at the naked yearning blazing in their depths. I'm transfixed, caught in the gravitational pull of something raw and infinite. And as his lips curve into a slow, wicked smile, I know I should never have stepped into the kitchen. Chapter 7. Taylor. The pancakes are forgotten the moment Liam bends toward me, his masculine scent and the blazing heat of his gaze rendering me powerless to resist. Logically, I'm aware I should put a stop to this before it can go any further, put a definitive end to whatever this is. My heart and body wage an all-out war against the voice of reason that grows fainter with every passing second. I don't just want to kiss him. I need to. The pull toward him is irresistible, a tug that has me swaying into his orbit. It makes no sense. I'm not the kind of woman who throws herself at a man so recklessly. I've always maintained a certain measure of control, of restraint. But Liam is different. Every cell in my body reaches for him, seeking out the solace and pleasure his embrace promises. Perhaps it's because, for so long, I've been plagued by an ingrained exhaustion that left no room for anything beyond existing, for feeling anything more than the relentless march toward oblivion. Even in the wake of that strange, vivid dream, a vitality I'd forgotten hums through my veins. When his mouth slants over mine, I don't fight it, can't even fathom mustering the willpower to pull away. I surrender to the searing heat of his kiss, losing myself in the velvet glide of his lips and the heady sweep of his tongue. He angles his head, deepening the kiss until every nerve ending blazes with an inferno of pure want. My fingers twist in the soft fabric of his shirt, clinging to him as desire crashes over me. It's intense, so all-consuming that I can't help but wonder if I'm somehow experiencing his desire as well as my own, because this yearning, this ache that has me trembling in his arms, feels too vast, too infinite to be contained within the confines of a single body. Even as the thought surfaces, even as confusion laces through the haze of need, Liam is pulling back with a ragged gasp. His eyes blaze with naked longing, with a palpable strain. His hands are shaking where they cup my face, his touch achingly gentle despite the undercurrent of barely restrained hunger thrumming between us. When he finally finds his voice, the words are little more than a low, guttural rasp. I want you, Taylor, more than I've ever wanted anything in this life or the next. Will you make love with me? The request hangs there, heavy with promise and simmering with the same scorching undercurrent that had laced his kiss. There's no demand, no expectation, only an earnest plea and the certainty that he would never force himself upon me, no matter how much his body craves mine. This is your decision. Fully. But goddess, I want you. I need you, Taylor, he rasps. Despite the voice of self-preservation still whispering at the back of my mind, despite the litany of reasons I shouldn't do this, I can't deny the burning need incinerating me, the aching throb of desire that pulses through me at the thought of being intimate with him, even if it's just this one time. I don't question why he wants me so badly when my body is withering away before his eyes. I'm consumed by the memory of his passionate kiss. He's a grown man who has outright told me what he wants, giving me the choice without dressing it up in flowery language. He knows I'm sick and will not recover, yet he still craves me with an urgency matching my own, despite how fleeting this could be. There's something about me he finds desirable. Why am I even questioning that? We're both adults, able to make our own decisions. If he desires me, then who am I to deny him that right? The last few months have been about dying, about settling my life for my premature end. I'm not dead yet. Why shouldn't I actually live for a few hours while it's still an option? Yes, please, Liam, I want to make love with you. Maybe it's selfish, Maybe I'll regret it when the haze of lust clears, but in this moment, with the promise of his touch setting my soul on fire, I can't bring myself to care about anything except satisfying this consuming hunger. I'll burn these memories into my mind, savoring every caress until they're all I have left when the world fades away. I'll let them sustain me through the darkest nights, through the agonizing inevitability I can't outrun forever. Until my last breath, I'll remember what it feels like to be alive in his arms. His guttural groan vibrates against my lips as he gathers me against him. Then he's lifting me, cradling me as his mouth slants over mine in a searing kiss that has me arching with a desperate whimper. I'm vaguely aware of him carrying me down the hall, the dull thud as he shoulders open my door and kicks it closed behind us, but it all fades away as we tumble onto the plush mattress and I finally surrender to the raging desire between us. This is madness, I know, a feverish delusion that can only lead to heartbreak. But with Liam's weight settling over me, his hands and lips mapping every inch of my body, I can't think about anything except quenching this desperate thirst for him before my end. Liam's hands slide under the hem of my shirt, his fingers skimming over the sensitive skin of my stomach. "Can I take this off?" he murmurs, his voice low and rough with desire. I nod, helping him lift the garment over my head and tossing it aside with shaking hands. "Please," I gasp, arching into his touch with a desperate whimper. "I need to feel you." Desire, hot and urgent, licks through my veins, powerful, consuming. I imagine it's not just my own arousal I'm feeling, it's his too, a raging inferno of lust and longing that threatens to incinerate us both. I can feel the way it burns through him. Beneath that scorching need, there's something else, a sense of awe, of disbelief, as if he can't quite believe this is really happening. It's as if he's been waiting for this moment, longing for it with every fiber of his being, and now that it's finally here, he's overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of it all. I catch flashes of words, fragmented thoughts that drift through my mind like ghostly whispers. "Mate." He breathes against my skin, the word imbued with a significance I can't even begin to grasp. "Mine. Forever." That can't be right. My mind is warring between fantasy and reality. I want him to desire me so much I'm making things up, but as Liam's hands skim over my body, mapping every curve and hollow with a desperate sort of hunger, my thoughts dissolve and all I can do is feel. My fingers tangle in his hair, tugging him closer as I arch into his touch. I nip at his jaw, soothing the sting with my tongue before trailing hot, open-mouthed kisses down the column of his throat. The rumble of his growl vibrates against my lips. His pulse leaps and races beneath my touch. I slip into a feedback loop of sensation again, every caress and kiss and lick amplified. The air around me is charged. I don't understand why I'm feeling this way, thinking these things. I can't get enough of him. I need more. Need to feel every inch of his skin against mine. "Please, Liam, I need more. Him. Need. Want. Burn." A deep growl rumbles up from his chest, sending shivers down my spine. Liam holds me close as we share this tender moment, his warmth surrounding me as he places a gentle kiss on my forehead. The sweet gesture fills my heart with joy, drawing a soft sigh from my lips. Each loving touch makes my heart soar higher, my fingers gently running through his hair as we embrace. His careful affection creates sparks of happiness that dance through my soul like starlight. But my heart still yearns for more of our spiritual connection. Need. His heart, his soul, his love. Understanding my desire for deeper connection, Liam holds me closer, our bond growing stronger with each passing moment. Our souls intertwine in a beautiful dance of pure emotion. I'm lost in this perfect moment of connection as we share our love. Even this wonderful feeling makes me yearn for an even deeper spiritual bond between us. Claim. The word comes from nowhere, It doesn't make sense, but as he keeps touching me everywhere, I spiral, fly, and imagine his own dark, drunken urgency, his desperate need to see me come apart for him. It's enough to send me hurtling into the abyss with a hoarse cry. Liam's powerful body towers over mine. He strips away his clothing, revealing a physique that's chiseled from stone. Corded muscle ripples beneath sun-kissed skin, his broad chest tapering to a narrow waist and lean hips. "Please," I breathed, reaching for him with trembling hands. "I need you." In a heartbeat, he's there, his gentle embrace surrounding me as we share this tender moment. Barely contained emotion flows between us. His arms tremble with the depth of his feelings as his eyes gaze down at me, filled with pure love that makes my heart soar. Then he kisses me softly, holding me close as we sway together in a gentle dance. The connection between us grows stronger with each moment, but my heart still yearns for more. I need to feel our souls completely intertwined, need to know that I'm truly his, now and forever. "Liam, please," I moan against his lips, my nails scoring down the flexing muscles of his back. "I can't wait any longer." With a guttural growl, he's there. "Goddess, Taylor, you're perfect. So perfect," he whispers against my lips. "Goddess?" Then we begin to move together. He holds me close as we sway, each movement creating a symphony of pure joy that makes my soul soar. The sound of our gentle breathing fills the air as we share this magical moment. A beautiful connection builds between us, our souls reaching for each other. I lose myself in the moment, in the perfect feeling of being held in Liam's arms. He surrounds me completely, filling my heart with pure love, until there's no room for anything else. The joy in my heart grows stronger as our spiritual bond deepens. In a flash of pure bliss, I'm overwhelmed by the beauty of our connection, my heart overflowing with happiness. Liam's joy echoes through the room as we share this perfect moment of unity. The warmth of our bond triggers another wave of pure emotion, prolonging this magical experience until I'm completely at peace in his embrace. In the aftermath, as we lie tangled together, I swear I can feel the very essence of him twining with mine. I feel his awe and gratitude, devotion. Love. The word shouts through my mind, terrifying in its intensity. No matter what my brain conjures, this isn't real. The reality is, I've just made love with a man who wants me, a man who managed to slip under my tighter-than-tight defenses. What I'm imagining is just a product of my lonely, desperate heart latching onto someone who has shown me kindness. I'm unsettled, that's all. Liam knows the reality. He's an adult and a doctor who understands my prognosis. Both he and I made a choice. Liam's arms tighten around me, his breath warm against my neck. I want to believe in the impossible, but I can't afford to indulge in fantasies. With a heavy heart, I close my eyes and will myself to sleep, trying to ignore the ache in my chest that whispers of a reality I can never truly have.
Chapter 8. Liam. I make love to Taylor over and over through the day and night. I can't get enough of her, the taste of her skin, the warmth of her flesh, the intoxicating scent that has me burying my nose against the curve of her neck. Holding her in my arms, feeling her heart beating against my chest. It's pure ecstasy, unlike anything I've experienced. After we've made love, I feed her, giving her the nutrition she's not been able to accept into her body until now due to her illness. I return to her room as the bathroom door opens and she appears wearing nothing but a towel in a humid waft of steamy air that's infused with her woodland rose petals scent. She's delectable, with pink skin that glows. Her cheeks are flushed, and as she catches me staring at her, the blush works down her neck. She's lost the pallid complexion of her disease, and as she walks toward me, I'm happy to see that she's so much steadier on her feet. I made some risotto for us. I place the steaming bowl on top of the small table in her room, the rich aroma of Parmesan and fragrant herbs filling the air between us. "Oh, wow. Thank you." Her eyes glow as she raises onto her toes to kiss me before sitting at the table. She takes a bite, and her eyes widen in surprise. "You're an amazing cook, Liam." Warmth blooms in my chest at her delight as I slide into the opposite chair. Providing for my mate, nourishing her, is a basic drive I can't resist. A necessity due to hectic work hours, I'm afraid. Pizza and burgers get old when you buy takeout all the time. I deflect with a chuckle, and I'm happy I can give you something better than fast food. Taylor laughs softly. She shakes her head as she dips her spoon into the bowl. There must be something in the air here. I haven't had an appetite like this in months. The reminder of her illness, of how badly she was fading when she stepped into Sally's diner, has my wolf bristling, but I push him down, focusing on the flush of life now coloring her cheeks. She forces a smile. "To be honest, I haven't really been able to keep much down lately. Mostly graham crackers and water. This is a nice change." My heart clenches at the struggle she's been enduring all this time. If only she knew the truth, that her days of suffering are over now. She's been treated for her actual disease. She meets my gaze, so beautifully vulnerable. Is that common? To get back my appetite? For someone in my condition, I mean. Do doctors typically encounter that? The irony of her words isn't lost on me. As a doctor who treats humans, the drugs she was on should have helped her. But as a wolf shifter doctor, her disease wasn't human. Miracles happen to the best people, I say simply. My gut churns. She deserves to know the truth, needs to understand what's happening to her, but not just yet. She needs more time. Taylor chuckles and takes another bite of her meal. She takes my words as a kindly jest, not realizing I haven't told her the truth she deserves to know. I watch as she eats, satisfying my primitive desire to feed my mate. The desire grows into something more complex and desperate. My wolf growls, the sound too low for her human ears, but she picks up on my desire though the bond. Her pupils dilate and the spoon clangs into her empty bowl, forgotten by the both of us. The bond snaps with need, and I heed its call. I'm out of my chair, striding around the table and pulling her out of her chair. The towel drops to the floor, and I hold her against me, claiming her lips in a searing kiss. I lead her back to the bed where we make love again. Deep down, a part of her already recognizes the truth, but her human mind still rejects it. I feel her reeling emotions, the confusion, the longing, the persistent sadness that haunts her. She thinks what she feels about me is her imagination. She still believes she's dying, that her life is slipping away, unaware that my blood is rewriting her DNA with her wolf heritage. It's kinder to wait until she feels the bond more strongly, until it's irrefutable, until there will be no doubt in her mind. So I simply love her with a tenderness that has become my entire world for the rest of the day. We watch the sun dip into night through the window as I hold her in my arms. I already know her soul. Now all that's left is to hear about her life. I pepper her with questions, committing everything she says to memory. I'm a conservationist who's always been driven to preserve endangered species and their natural habitats. Grew up in a small Oregon town, fell in love with the outdoors from an early age. After college, I started working for a nonprofit focused on conservation efforts. She says, her voice soft. She turns in my arms and her scent washes over me, more potent and muskier than it's ever been. My hands freeze on her hips. Her brow creases as she no doubt feels the way my heart has stuttered. Her scent is almost as potent as a born female wolf shifter. I drive my nose into the crook of her neck and drag in her scent, making sure I'm not imagining things. I'm not wrong. Her scent is developing. "What are you doing?" she giggles. My gaze runs over her body, noting the changes in the past day. She's still too thin, too frail, but there's no missing the way her softness has firmed into muscle. Her body is changing, unexpectedly. Just seeing how my blood transfusion is helping you, I say. I have less time than I thought to introduce her to the world of wolf shifters before the changes become too obvious for her to ignore. I need to tell her the truth of who and what I am, and what we are to each other. Are you sure you're okay, Liam? Her gaze bounces between my eyes as she rubs the center of her chest right over where she'll feel the bond. Fear grips my heart because although I want her to know this is the wrong time, she'll run. Her car is just outside, easily accessible. I need to tell her, but in a place she can't leave, in a location I can help her confront her new reality. I was thinking you might be strong enough to go on a hike tomorrow. Would you like me to take you? I ask, trying to keep my tone light. The forest trails around here are beautiful. Since this is my hometown, I know all the best spots to show you. Taylor's face lights up with a bright smile. That sounds wonderful. I'm feeling so much better. I have so much energy. A teasing lilt enters her voice as she adds, there must be something special in your blood that agrees with me. If only she knew just how right those words are. Before I can formulate a response, she winds her arms around my neck and kisses me deeply. A slight frown creases her brow as she pulls back. I crave you so much, and I don't understand why. Her confusion filters through our bond, but it's quickly overwhelmed by desire, the profound longing that has me crushed against her in an instant. Goddess knows, I need you in the same way. I capture her lips again, losing myself in her essence, in the bond, in the magic of discovering my mate. We make love through the night, and when morning comes, Taylor is already reaching for her hiking clothes with an excitement that both warms and pains me. You know, I came here to find some hiking trails. It's stage 1 on my bucket list. I was hoping to do some before. She trails off, but I hear the unspoken words loud and clear, before she had to return home to face her impending death. She frowns at me as she rubs her chest. What's wrong? You seem tense? I paste on what I hope is a reassuring smile. Just make sure you bring a jacket. It can get chilly in the forest. The excuse is weak, but I can't bring myself to shatter her bright-armed excitement just yet. Soon, though, soon I'll have to change her world forever. I just pray she'll be able to accept her new reality. Accept me as her mate. Yes, mate. Tell, mate. My wolf thrums with excitement, wanting to show himself, but he doesn't understand the delicacy of the situation. I pack some food and shove it into a backpack, as Taylor all but bounces on her feet at the back door. I can't believe there are hiking trails right outside. I can't believe I didn't notice them before. I miss my step when her eyes glow with a preternatural light, but when I look again, her green eyes sparkle with nothing more than good health. The changes in her over the past few days are nothing short of astonishing. Gone is the frail, sickly woman who walked into Sally's diner 3 days ago. In her place is a vibrant, energetic force of nature, the woman she always was before she was ravaged by disease. Cindy looks up from where she's kneeling beside her garden as she carefully tends to the vibrant blooms surrounding the back patio. Her brow creases the moment her gaze lands on Taylor, eyes widening as she takes in my mate's newfound vitality. To her credit, Cindy manages to rein in her shock. I can practically see her holding back the flood of words she wants to let loose. Her brow flicks upward when she sends a pointed look at me. Off for a little hiking adventure? Just going to show Taylor some of the local trails. I reply with a meaningful look, letting her know we need our space for what's to come. Cindy's shoulders relax minutely, and with a small, understanding smile, she refocuses on Taylor, her expression one of genuine warmth. It's so beautiful out here, Taylor gushes, completely oblivious to the weight of our unspoken exchange. The air is so fresh and vibrant. I swear I can almost taste it. With a final farewell to Cindy, I take Taylor's hand and lead her from the safety of the bite and into the forest, our path stretching out before us. With each step, the need to reveal her new reality grows heavier with every passing minute. I should tell her now, show her what she's becoming, explain the bond between us. But then she turns that radiant smile on me, telling me about the trees and the forest, so full of wonderment and contentment, and the words die on my tongue. I'm on high alert, every sense attuned to potential threats lingering in the forest shadows. Mitch's words at the latest pack meeting echo a grim warning in the back of my mind. He thinks ferals are targeting our human female mates. We've been urged to exercise extreme vigilance until he can work out why. Gripping her hand a little tighter, I can't help pulling Taylor closer against my side as my wolf tenses into alertness. No harm will come to my mate. I'll guard her with my very last breath, even if I must tear apart every feral in our path with my bare hands to keep her safe. Time slips away as we hike deeper among the ancient trees, Taylor fairly glowing with her rediscovered energy and zest for life. I can't resist basking in her joy, in the way she's blossoming right before my eyes, free of the illness that took everything away from her. However, I can't keep putting this off, no matter how I wish to preserve this moment. Steeling my resolve, I finally bring us to a halt, searching for the right words to shatter her reality. Taylor, there's something I have to tell you. I internally wince. No good conversation ever started with those words. Taylor stops and turns to face her, her brow furrowed. Yes, Liam? Her gaze slides over my shoulder and she gasps. The bond flares with intense curiosity and shock, and I whirl to see a clearing past the ancient trunks of the pines surrounding us. One that definitely shouldn't exist so deep in these woods I know like the back of my hand. Nor should there be a rickety old hut, whose walls, made from twisted branches, could only be held up through willpower alone. Taylor brushes past me, her jaw slack with disbelief. That's not possible. That's the clearing. And the hut. What clearing and hut? I ask, stepping into the clearing after her. The line between her brows deepens and the bond thrums with shock. The exact ones from my dream.
Chapter 9. Taylor. The forest shimmers with an energy I've never sensed before. I drink in the verdant hues, the light greens of the leaves contrasting with the darker shadows beneath the canopy. The scents are rich and earthy, and the freshness of the woodland mingles with the faint sweetness of wildflowers carried on the gentle breeze. Even the sounds seem amplified. Every crunch of leaf litter and distant scurry of small creatures through the undergrowth reaching my ears with startling clarity. Suddenly, all my senses are dialed up to an intensity I've never experienced, leaving me overwhelmed by the vibrant symphony of the forest. I can't begin to explain this sudden resurgence of energy coursing through my veins. Just days ago, I could barely muster the strength to make it through the day, my body slowly betraying me as debilitating fatigue took its toll. The tiredness had crept up on me so gradually, I didn't even realize how depleted I'd become. But now I've been reborn, every ounce of weariness banished from my body. I'm more alive than I have been in years. Of course, I know it can't last. Nothing this wondrous ever does. But I'll be damned if I won't savor every second in the meantime. Liam walks beside me, his presence a comforting anchor, even as it fills me with an inexplicable sense of connectedness. I still imagine I sense his emotions flowing into me, a palpable weight of solemn urgency coalescing in my chest. I don't understand why. Perhaps I'm finally losing my mind, and being here in a beautiful forest with a man I could fall in love if I had a lifetime ahead of me with, is a mind trick, a delusion drawing me away from reality, whereby I'm really lying in a hospital bed, drawing my last breaths. Taylor. Liam utters my name, weighted with urgency. This is the tone someone uses when offering bad news. I brace myself, turning to face him as a chill sweeps through me. But it's not Liam's intense gaze that captures me. It's the sight of the clearing beyond his shoulder. the clearing from my nightmare. Breath catching in my throat, I brush by Liam and stumble past the ancient trunks of the forest. This can't be real. It simply can't. And yet, the details are unmistakable. From the green grass waving in an unfelt breeze, to the edge to the rickety thatched hut at its center. The hut shouldn't be standing. Not how it's made from dead, twisted branches, all rough and uneven. The roof is made from thatch and is angled impossibly high. A thin trail of smoke curls from a chimney. There was a crooked man who lived in a crooked little shack. My mind spins off an old childhood rhyme, but the man who steps from the door is not a crooked little man. Recognition flares through me. It's him. The man from my dreams, but in the waking world. However, his appearance is almost disappointingly ordinary. He's a man who blends into a crowd. Nothing about him stands out in any way. He has wavy blonde hair to his ears and wears a nondescript blue shirt and faded jeans. His face is attractive in a bland sort of way. There's nothing outwardly menacing about him, nothing to justify the way my heart lodges in my throat as a smile edges across his face. Liam tenses beside me, his hand tightening around mine. "We need to go," he murmurs, urgency and dread lacing his words. My mind screams agreement, but my body refuses to obey. An unnatural compulsion grips me, rooting me to the spot as the stranger opens the shack's front door wider. Despite the dissonant alarms blaring through every instinct, I find myself unable to turn and run. "Please, come inside," he calls out in an affable tone completely at odds with the dread coiling through my gut. His voice reverberates around me, the words an irresistible summons I'm helpless to defy. My feet begin moving of their own volition, carrying me toward the hut with Liam in tow, his own movements stiff and jerky, as if he's physically battling against the unnatural compulsion driving us forward. A growl rumbles from deep within his chest, guttural and feral in a way that has the fine hairs along the nape of my neck standing on end. Coarse gray fur erupts along his forearm before vanishing just as quickly, leaving me to wonder if I've simply slipped into the depths of a waking nightmare. A presence stirs to frantic life inside me. It writhes and twists in the confines of my body, straining against an unseen barrier just out of reach. I try to give voice to the panic clawing at my mind, but the words shrivel on my tongue. All I can do is keep walking, toward the hut and the stranger. The air around the hut shivers with an eldritch energy which sucks me in the closer I get. "Enter," is all he says, a simple command that resonates through every fiber of my being, banishing any last vestiges of resistance. Against my will, against every desperate plea screaming through my mind, I step across the threshold. Liam follows, his features contorted in a mask of impotent fury. As I step inside and the door swings shut behind us with a dull thud of finality, it takes a moment for my brain to catch up with my eyes. What I'd assumed was a ramshackle hovel reveals itself to be something far more imposing up close. The crooked beams and gnarled logs are woven together with an almost architectural precision, runes and sigils etched into the wood in dizzying overlapping patterns. Shelves crammed with ancient tomes and glass vials filled with ominous liquids line the interior, visible through the open doorway. The inside is far, far bigger than what it appears to be from the outside. In the center of the space, a crackling fire pit casts flickering shadows across the walls, highlighting a large cauldron suspended over the flames. The scent of herbs and spices hangs thick in the air, mingling with the metallic tang of something far more unsettling. Liam's presence is a seething force at my back. His growls have taken on a guttural, feral edge, punctuated by the occasional jerking motion, as if he's physically battling against whatever unnatural compulsion holds us in its thrall. Trepidation gives way to outright terror as the man turns, fixing us with an impassive stare. "Sleep, wolf," he intones. Liam goes unnaturally still. Panic claws at my throat as I try to whirl toward him, only to find my own movements equally restricted. unable to so much as turn my head in his direction. "That's better," the stranger remarks, without a flicker of expression on his face. "Now follow me." My feet follow the stranger from the relative warmth of the room to a dark doorway. A dank corridor stretches out before us, the rough-hewn stone walls glistening with moisture. Frigid air clings to my skin. An acrid undertone of rot and decay mingles with the damp, musty scent, filling my nostrils with each shallow breath. Terror streaks through me, but I can't give voice to the screams building in my throat. Can't fight, can't flee, can't even turn my gaze from the path ahead as the shadows twist and contort in the flickering torchlight. We reach a cell at the end of the corridor, the heavy iron bars and crude stone walls sending a fresh wave of dread crashing through me. "Get inside," is all he says, the mild tone at odds with the undercurrent of power resonating through those two simple words. I find myself obeying and stepping into the confines of the cell. Liam passively follows me, his eyes wide and wild, his features twisted into a mask of fury and panic so visceral I can practically taste it on my tongue. A mirrored torrent of emotion slams into me and leaves me reeling. I want to scream, to fight, to get the hell out of here. But I'm utterly helpless, a prisoner in my own mind and body as the cell door clangs shut with the dull, final thud of the lock sliding into place. Only then does the unnatural hold over me loosen. I stumble on shaking legs. Liam, too, is in motion the instant the invisible bonds release their grip. He charges the bars in an explosive burst of speed, snarling and snapping like a beast as his hands, no, his claws, reach through the unforgiving iron. How have his fingers turned into claws? "Let my mate go!" The words tear from his throat in a bestial roar that has the hairs along my nape standing on end. "I'll do anything you want, just let her go." Mate? What does that mean? The term spat with such vehement possession sends a fresh jolt of confusion lancing through me. I stumble backward until I hit rock. "Who the hell are you, and why in the name of the goddess have you brought us here?" Liam rakes those deadly claws that should be his fingers against the bars. The man sighs. "I suppose it's only manners I introduce myself. You can call me Rowan. And in answer to your questions, it's quite simple. When I have your wolf under my control, all you have to do is bring me the chalice of lunar rites, and I'll release you both. Refuse, and your mate—" His gaze slides to me and his lips lift in a cold smile. "Surely, he's told you the truth by now." I shake my head, increasingly convinced that we've stumbled into the stronghold of a madman. "The only truth I know is that you're insane. Whatever you think we can do for you, I assure you, we can't. We're not important, I swear." The man chuckles and the fine hairs on my nape rise again. "Not important? Oh, but you are, little one. The most important guests I've entertained in quite some time, in fact." The weight of his stare intensifies in a way that has me shrinking back against the chill stone wall. "You," Rowan murmurs, something like reverence tinging his words, "are going to be the one to turn your mate feral." The words make no sense, whirling through my mind in a tsunami of confusion and disbelief. How can Liam turn feral? He's just a man. "It's easy, you see," Rowan explains with a casual wave of his hand. "Simple even, to twist a fated mate wolf shifter's instincts until he becomes a mindless beast who will serve me without a thought in his head. All I need to do is use the bond. Don't worry, you won't miss out. You'll feel exactly what he does." Fated mate? Wolf shifter? The bottom drops out of my world in an endless spiral. The man is insane. Irrevocably, certifiably insane. I open my mouth, but no sound emerges save a thin, reedy whine of denial and dawning horror. This can't be happening. We're going to die here, tortured and slain by a raving lunatic for reasons that cannot possibly be grounded in reality. "Ooh, you'll definitely be tortured." Rowan's smile widens, and I realize I spoke out loud in my terror. "And I also see you need to fully understand your situation." He turns his attention to Liam, who clutches the bars with talons the length of my hand. "Show her who you really are, wolf." For an endless, breathless moment, silence is broken by the harsh rasp of Liam's exertions. Then, he shudders, staggers, contorts. "No!" The word wrenches from him, but it doesn't stop his body from warping. Bones stretch and reshape with a series of pops and crunches. His shirt shreds, as do his jeans. Tatters fly to the ground. Muscles cord and ripple beneath his skin. A savage snarl rips free from his throat, quickly morphing into a howl of anguished rage as coarse gray fur erupts along his arms, his legs, his entire body. I can only watch in mute, numb horror as the man I'd been so drawn to reforms into a massive wolf, glaring at me through glowing eyes. The scream building in my throat refuses to be voiced, trapped behind a wall of shock and unmitigated terror, but there's no denying the impossible truth right in front of my eyes. Liam isn't a man. He's a wolf. Chapter 10. Taylor. The massive wolf towering over me is unlike anything I've ever seen, a creature ripped straight from nightmares. Its head alone is level with my shoulders, jaws gaping wide to reveal gleaming white fangs that could tear through flesh like tissue paper. Paws the size of dinner plates support a body corded with thick ropes of muscle, power rippling just beneath a thick gray pelt. This is no normal wolf. It is glaring at me through eyes blazing with such intensity that I press back against the unforgiving stone in a futile effort to escape. I'm shaking so hard my teeth are chattering. My breaths are choppy, random sucks of air too little to fill my lungs. I blink away the black dots creeping in at the edges of my vision. My boots scuff the ground and my battered brain makes me look at the ground. Rust stains on the bricks mix with the drops of saliva. But I don't think they're merely rust. Rust doesn't pool in irregular, blood-shaped puddles. What fresh hell have I landed in? A chuckle from the far side of the bars has my head whipping up. Rowan stands there, unperturbed by the snarling wolf, and regards me with an air of detached bemusement. "I'll leave you two lovebirds to get acquainted. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. A host never leaves his guests for too long. I just need to set up a few preparations for my little welcome party," he chuckles. An icy splinter of dread lances through me. He's certifiable. I stare at him, uncomprehending. I'd walk past this man in the street and not remember him. He's forgettable in every way. Except his eyes. Those eyes I'd remember because they're completely dead. There's nothing in them, no light, no compassion. I'm nothing more than a bug to him, less than dirt beneath his feet. How can he be so terrifying? I want to beg for mercy, fall to my knees and sob and plead and lick his boots for him to let us free. But then Rowan is turning away, his light steps fading into the darkness of the corridor. And then I'm alone. Alone with the man wearing a monster's form. A tremble quakes to life inside me and spreads to my fingers and toes. I brace myself for an attack, for those terrible jaws to lunge, and the snarling stops. Just like that, the rumble of rage cuts off. The wolf drops onto its belly. It whines softly, a plaintive sound that seems almost imploring as its tail gives a tentative wag. Then it fixes me with an unmistakable puppy dog look, and I nearly choke on the hysterical giggle that tries to claw its way free from my throat. This cannot be happening. The giggle dies a swift, brutal death as the wolf's form distorts. I stumble back with a startled cry, hand flying to my mouth to stifle the scream building in my throat. In a matter of heartbeats, the wolf is gone, replaced by the very human and very naked Liam. He stretches out a hand, and I can't help the violent flinch that racks my body at the gesture. His hand drops, fingers curling into his palm. "I'm so sorry you had to find out like this," he murmurs. A wave of foreign emotions crash through me, too fast to catalog. I clutch my chest as though that will ease the ache inside me, but it does nothing to stop the pain. You're a wolf, I blurt, the obviousness of the statement doing nothing to lessen its sheer ludicrousness. Liam drags a hand through his tousled hair. A wolf shifter, he corrects softly. I have two forms, man and wolf. I was going to tell you, I swear, but I didn't want to scare you. I can't help the hysterical bark of laughter that escapes me. I think I'm way past that now. A little heads up might have been better. The words come out sharper than I intend, the foundations of my reality cracking. Liam's expression twists with regret and sorrow so profound it echoes inside me. The ache blossoms, and my clenched fist over my chest does nothing to help ease my unease. A vice tightens around my heart. A whirlwind of recrimination and soul-deep anguish swirl through me. I'm so sorry, Liam whispers again, taking an abortive step forward. I can't help the way I stiffen, pressing back against the unforgiving stone at my back. He freezes, agony written across his features as he holds up his hands in a placating gesture. You have to believe that I wanted to explain everything to you, gently, to help you understand. There's a desperate edge to his words, an urgency that resonates straight into my soul. His urgency. His desperation. I shake my head slowly, trying to make sense of the thoughts whirling through my mind in a cyclone of confusion and disbelief. And then I have to ask, have to know, even if it means making this real. What did Rowan mean? About a bond? About me feeling what you feel? A weary sigh escapes Liam's lips, and when he meets my gaze again, there's a resolute set to his jaw, a determination that has my breath catching. I know it doesn't sound like the truth, that I'm backpedaling, but it's what I was going to tell you today before all this happened. He gestures vaguely to our surroundings, a pained grimace twisting his lips. I promise you, Taylor, it was killing me not to share the truth with you. I wanted the perfect time and place. I didn't want to lose you before I even had the chance. A churning sensation blossoms in my chest, a physical discomfort that ripples outward until every nerve sparks. We're mates. We share a bond that only happens between those who are fated. It means that forces larger than us have brought us together, so our souls can be united on earth. My knees threaten to give. Fated mates? It's the stuff of fantasy, of fairy tales and make-believe. What does that mean? I wheeze. It's a blessing from the goddess herself. A gift. We're bound together on a level deeper than anything humans can comprehend. A connection of mind, body, and spirit that transcends the physical realm. He takes a tentative step closer, and this time I don't flinch away. That's what you're feeling. My emotions, my essence, bleeding into yours through our bond. It will only grow stronger from here until we become inseparable. A tremor races through me at the implications of his words. Is that what happened? I breathe, scarcely daring to give voice to the notion blossoming in my mind. When you gave me your blood? Did that start this? He shakes his head. My blood hasn't changed anything. All it did was awaken your shifter DNA so you could fight off the disease. We're still fated mates despite me giving you my blood. That I had to do. You were dying. Your human doctors didn't understand what was happening because you have wolf shifter blood in your heritage. They were treating you wrong. Their treatment would have killed you, and I had to act, had to save you, even if it meant you'd feel the bond before you were ready. My head is spinning, thoughts and half-formed realizations whirling through my mind. I have shifter blood, I echo numbly. You're saying I'm like you? The intensity in Liam's gaze burns. It's the only way you could have found Willowbrook. This town, this sanctuary, it's shielded by powerful magic, guarded so that only those with shifter heritage can pass through. He takes another step closer, hand outstretched in wordless entreaty. My blood, it cured you, Taylor. It awakened the dormant genes inside you that would not have surfaced had I not done that. That's why you feel better. You're healing. It's just working faster than you're accustomed to." The words reverberate through me, and it takes my brain a few seconds to catch up to what he's telling me. "Are you telling me I'm cured?" Liam nods, his expression a complicated tangle of joy and desperation as deep furrows gouge his brow. "All you need now is time to recover." I can't deny the truth of his claims, not when I feel more alive than I have in longer than I can remember. The lethargy, the weakness that's dogged me for so long is gone. When I woke this morning, there was only a little fatigue. I had energy. I wanted to hike. When normally it would have been beyond me to go outside and lose myself in the forest, I was enthusiastic. Nothing had held me back. "Can you?" The question sticks in my throat as a fresh surge of foreign emotion washes over me. "Can you feel what I'm feeling too? Through this bond?" His eyes glow bright, and I'm not looking just at human eyes. Everything, from the moment I first laid eyes on you, the bond snapped into place for me. If you weren't human, you would have felt the same as instantly as I did. This is enormous, overwhelming, crippling. I open my mouth, a dozen more questions burning on my tongue, but the words shrivel. My lungs feel too tight. I need to move, but when I do, my boots scuff on the blood-stained rocks underfoot, jarring me back into reality. We're trapped, imprisoned in this place by a madman with unclear motivations and unfathomable powers. "Rowan," I breathe, fingers curling against the stones at my back. Who the hell is he? How did he lead us here? Why didn't I have any control over my actions? I force my gaze back to Liam and whisper, "Why does he want to turn you feral?" The anguish that clouds Liam's features is enough to chill me to the core. I don't know who he is. I know every inch of this forest, and I've never seen this here before. He has to be a warlock. He wouldn't have been able to lure us here if he wasn't using some sort of dark magic to take away our will like that. Whatever he wants us for, it can't be good. He didn't exactly invite us in for tea and scones. In the history of humankind, nothing good came for anyone locked in a dirty cell. My chest compresses and suddenly it's difficult to draw in a breath. I clutch the bars, gripping them so tight my knuckles turn white. They don't budge, don't so much as rattle despite how hard I try to shake them free. "We have to get out of here." I force the words out between ragged pants. This can't be happening." Tears sting my eyes as I sink back against the unforgiving stone, chest heaving with exertion as panic tears through me. I want to wake up and find this is all a nightmare. I want to wash it all away with a strong coffee. I want to ring Mom so she can calm me down and tell me everything will be okay. "I'll keep you safe, Taylor. I'm your mate. I'll do everything I can to protect you," Liam says. Surely he sees nothing safe about where we are. We're locked in a cell somewhere deep within a remote forest. Liam is a terrifying gigantic wolf, and he was helpless against Rowan. A scream tries to claw its way free as Rowan melts from the shadows of the corridor. He gives me a generic smile that doesn't meet his cold, dead eyes. Good. I see the news is setting in. His gaze slides from me to Liam, cold dread coiling in my gut. Now I have everything prepared. There's no time like the present. I think that's what they say, nowadays. With a casual flick of his wrist, the heavy iron door to our cell slides open. Every muscle in my body tenses in preparation for fight or flight, but Liam is already moving, inserting himself between me and the open doorway. "Leave her alone," he snarls, every syllable laced with an undercurrent that raises the fine hairs along my arms. "It's funny that you think you can protect her," he muses. "Lucky for you, it's not her turn quite yet." The weight of his stare bores into me, and I can't help shrinking back against the unforgiving stone. A growl rumbles from deep within Liam's chest. Liam charges at Rowan, but Rowan raises his hand, and an invisible force grips Liam. Liam freezes on his feet, shaking with the effort to try to free himself. Veins pop on his forearms and cord his neck as he struggles. Panic surges through me and I lunge forward. I grip Liam's arm, trying to shake him free. "Let him go," I demand, glaring at Rowan with every ounce of defiance I can muster. The warlock doesn't even spare me a glance, simply flicks his wrist in a minute motion. The breath is driven from my lungs as I'm propelled against the far wall. The back of my head snaps against the rock, and I crumple to the ground in a dazed heap, ears ringing and vision wavering. A snarl rips through the chamber, and I blink away the haze just in time to see coarse gray fur erupting along Liam's spine. His features warp, his teeth elongate into fangs as his claws, flex. I begin to sob, tears streaming down my cheeks. Words tumble over each other, begging, sobbing, pleading. "Oh, stop being so dramatic." Rowan rolls his dead eyes. Another wave of his hand and the pressure around my chest constricts, an invisible clamp tightening until each shallow pant is a battle for oxygen. I watch in mute horror as Liam is inexorably drawn forward, step by jerking step. He fights every inch of the way, but he's helpless against Rowan's power. I vaguely realize I'm making choking sounds as I drown in terror and slowly suffocate. Rowan pauses in the open doorway, a smirk twisting his forgettable features as he meets my gaze one final time. "Don't worry, little mate, I'll be back for you soon enough. We're going to have such fun together." Then the door slams shut with a resounding boom, and I'm left shaking and slumped on a blood-soaked floor, alone in the darkness. Chapter 11. Taylor. Nothing compares to the sweet agony of drawing in a full breath the moment the invisible force releases me. My lungs burn as I greedily suck in the air, my head spinning with each gulp. The residual pressure in my chest is an echo of the vice that held me. I crumple to my side and curl into a shaking, messy ball. My teeth chatter uncontrollably, the sound echoing off the stone walls. I clench my fingers around my knees, trying to stop shaking, but it only makes my body tremble. The minutes drag on. The cell is still and silent. Too still. Too silent. And then everything drains from my chest. The warm thrum that I hadn't realized was there vanishes, and an aching hole yawns open. The breath shudders in my throat, choking me as much as Rowan's hold did. I clutch my chest over my pounding heart, searching for the warmth. Without the warmth, there is no Liam. All along I'd felt Liam in my chest. We were connected. I'd felt whole, and now without him, they're only shadowy wraiths. I might not fully realize what the bond actually is, but now it's gone. I'm drowning with frigid emptiness. Terror slices into me, gnawing my insides, cold and stark where there was warmth and light. Liam's warmth and light. I hadn't even realized how complete it made me, how complete he made me. Maybe what Liam told me is the truth, that I really am part wolf shifter, or at least have strains of it in my blood. Maybe I do feel a special connection with him because there's no way I should feel like my heart has just been cut from my chest. How does that even work? How can something like that just disappear? What the hell is Rowan doing to Liam to make it vanish so suddenly? I drown with unanswered questions. It's not possible to know how much time passes. There are no windows in this cell, no clocks. Seconds are hours. The darkness in the cell threatens to swallow me whole. Anxiety twists my stomach and I rock back and forth trying to ground myself. Terror-filled uncertainty is a knife that twists deeper with each passing moment. My thoughts spiral. Vivid images of what Rowan is doing to Liam slamming into me. My lungs constrict again, and I dig my nails into my palms in a feeble attempt to distract myself from overwhelming dread. Just when it feels unbearable, a sound, a faint scuff, breaks through the silence. My heart lurches. Hope, fragile and desperate, propels me to my feet. Two figures emerge from the shadows, one strolling beside a lurching figure barely able to stand. He leaves a crimson trail where he steps. Oh God, what has Liam been through? My stomach churns, and I clamp a hand over my mouth to keep from retching. Rowan's face is a mask of indifference. He waves the door open, and Liam collapses inside. I fall to my knees beside him, the cold stone biting into my skin, but I don't care. I reach out, my hands trembling. I don't know how to touch him, how to help him without causing more pain. That was the best fun I've had in years. A smile stretches across Rowan's plain face. He thinks hurting Liam like this is a joke? Rage is an incandescent ball in the pit of my stomach. You're an insane monster. Rowan shrugs. Perhaps, but I'll still get my revenge. Revenge. Revenge for what? He isn't the one who's hurt. He isn't bleeding and shaking on a cold, dirty floor. Rowan sniffs and strolls away without another word. At least he didn't tell me he wasn't insane. He still has an ounce of self-awareness. You're okay. Liam's voice, weak and broken, reaches my ears. A whisper of relief flutters in my chest, and I bend over him, tears streaming down my face, because I can feel him again. You're the one who's hurt, and you're worried about me? Tears blur my vision. The sight of his blood, his suffering, is a knife to my heart. If I shift to my wolf, I can heal, Liam rasps. His voice is barely a whisper, his eyes glazed with pain. Is that okay with you? Yes, please, Liam. My voice cracks. Please shift. In an instant, fur ripples along his body as he transforms. The wolf that emerges is majestic, even in this state of vulnerability. He curls into a ball, shuddering. His eyes close as he passes out. I move slowly, carefully, not wanting to disturb him. I curl beside him and wrap my arm around his warm, fur-covered body. The steady rise and fall of his breathing is a small comfort amidst the chaos. In the void of this cell, with only the sound of Liam's breathing and the warmth of his body, I find a sliver of hope, because he's still alive. Despite my terror, sleep wraps around me like a suffocating blanket, dragging me into a different realm. A forest, dense and shadowed, with the scent of pine and earth filling my senses. I'm running, the ground beneath me soft with fallen leaves as a gentle breeze rustles the leaves. Beside me, Liam's massive gray wolf runs effortlessly, his presence a comforting shadow. There are no wounds marring his fur, no pain darkening his eyes. He's happy, healed. The sight brings a fragile sense of relief. In my dream, the forest stretches endlessly around me, trees towering like ancient guardians. The air is crisp, filled with the scent of pine and earth. Liam's wolf is a massive blur of strength and grace. His eyes gleam with life and light, and for the first time I see him happy and whole. His fur brushes against my leg, a comforting presence, and I run my fingers through the soft strands, marveling at their warmth. There are no wounds on his body, and I breathe deeply, grateful beyond words. But the dream shifts, and with it, a sense of urgency arises. We need to get to safety, but the forest is a labyrinth of trees and undergrowth. Liam said he knows this forest. He grew up here. He should know the way back to Willowbrook, but I can't talk to him when he's a wolf. Liam? Can you shift back to your human form? We need to find help. But he doesn't change. His wolf's eyes meet mine, and the glow within them dims. Something's wrong. The wolf's gaze is wild, untamed, lacking the humanity that should be there. When Liam shifted earlier in the cell, his eyes held the same soul, the same consciousness, no matter his form, but now, he's different, more animal than man. The wolf lowers his head, sniffing the air. His eyes bear a wild glint. My heart skips a beat, tensing with uncertainty. Liam, please, I whisper, my voice trembling. Shift back. A chill runs down my spine. Tension coils in my muscles. I want to believe that Liam wouldn't hurt me, that he's still there somewhere. But the way his wolf regards me is unsettling. It's the look of a wild predator, curious and detached. He looks at me like I'm prey. I swallow hard, fighting back the fear. "Liam, please," I whisper. "Come back to me." The wolf shakes his head, and relief washes over me as the light of recognition returns to his eyes. The bond between us rekindles, flooding my senses with his essence. I feel him expand inside me, filling the void with warmth and love. The bond snaps back into place, as if a piece of my soul, long missing, is there again. The air hisses between my clenched teeth. He's back. Thank God, he's back. I hadn't realized how deeply linked we were, how much his presence comforted and completed me. The world shifts on its axis, spinning more beautifully, more vibrantly than before. The enormity of our bond transcends anything I would have felt as a human. It's so much deeper, more complex, vibrant. It's filled with shades and color I've never noticed before, subtle tones of emotion that are foreign to me, but that I accept as soon as I feel them. I have to remember, I'm not fully human. Not anymore. I sink to my knees and whisper in his ear, "I forgive you for not telling me about the bond, for not revealing we are fated mates. I understand why you didn't want to scare me, but I'm not scared anymore. Not when it feels like this." Something within me stirs, an ancient awareness blinking open a golden eye in my mind before closing again. I stop, drawing my attention inside me, but whatever it was has gone. I need answers. I need to speak to Liam to understand what this is. "Please, Liam, please shift back. I need you." His wolf licks my cheek, a gesture of affection that both soothes and torments me. My fingers tighten in his fur, knuckles white with the force of my grip. Mine is not shifting. Why isn't he shifting? A golden light limbs the forest, and a gentle warmth touches the top of my head. Above me, light shimmers, bright and warm and golden, casting dancing shadows across the forest floor. It's so beautiful. Mesmerizing. It flickers and shifts into a silhouette that draws me in. I can't stop looking at whatever this is. My stomach rolls. Weight forms and pushes against my skin from the inside. A light feeling tickles under my skin, so soft I could run my fingers over it. A knowing, begging to be remembered, teases my brain. A word tips on my tongue. A memory flitters just out of reach. If only I could grasp whatever it is and make it solid, but every time I do, it vanishes like mist. The light shines so bright, but it doesn't hurt my eyes. I'm not afraid of it, strangely enough. Then a face made of the light forms and slowly morphs into shape. It's a female angel. I reach up, wanting to touch her, but then my dream fades. I want to bask in the angel's light and warmth. She's so warm, so comforting. I don't want to go back to the cold and the hunger and the terror. But then I remember Liam is in my arms. Liam, who is hurt, who is a wolf shifter, who has been tortured by a psychotic madman who is somehow magic. So am I. It shouldn't be real, but it is. It's too real, too horrifying, and we're trapped in a dark cell and nobody knows where we are. The dream vanishes and I snap back to wakefulness to find Liam's human arms surrounding me and his bright hazel gaze filled with despair.
Chapter 12. Liam. The metallic tang of blood lingers in my nostrils as I slowly regain consciousness, my wolf's senses sharpening my human form. Every inhale brings a fresh wave of the coppery scent, mingling with the dank mustiness of the cell. My body aches, an unfamiliar sensation. Usually, my accelerated healing takes care of any injuries within minutes, but this time is different. Twinges of wrongness shuddered through me as I recall hazy flashes, the glint of a blade, inky black liquid Rowan applied to each wound that burned like acid as it oozed into my veins. To what end, I have no idea. It wasn't as though he explained anything to me. Instead, he worked with quiet precision, lost in his thoughts. I was nothing to him, Not a man nor a wolf, but a means to an unknown, twisted end. My wolf whines inside me, restless and unsettled. I try to reach for him to comfort through our bond, but he shies away, skittish. A strange numbness spreads at my nape. Icy tendrils snake out and send stabbing pains into my skull. I grit my teeth against the building migraine. I can't afford any weakness, not now, not when Taylor needs me. It was her fear pulsing within our bond that dragged me back to awareness. I blink, orienting myself, then my gaze lands on her curled into my chest, my arms banded around her. She's caught in the throes of a nightmare, whimpers escaping her lips. Taylor, wake up. I gently shake her shoulder. Gore coats my hand. In fact, it coats every inch of my body. I may have healed, but I'm still covered in my blood. I'm also naked. I eye my shredded clothing on the ground. There's nothing left that's wearable. That's the least of my worries right now. Taylor's eyes flutter open, wide and scared. Her terror pulses through the bond, washed with confusion, and then, when her gaze sharpens on me, an overwhelming surge of relief. She gasps, her fingers clenching on my shoulders. Liam, I dreamed we were running through the woods and you wouldn't change back. Her voice trembles and my chest aches. There was an angel, but then I woke up. I start to respond, but her hands roam over my skin, checking for injuries that have already disappeared. If this were any other time, any other situation, her touch would ignite me. But now I'm only grateful she's been spared. It worked. You're healed, she breathes out. Wolf shifters bounce back fast. I don't mention the wrongness I still feel, the sluggishness. No need to worry her further. Her brows come together in a frown as she takes in my state. I'm bare and vulnerable before her. I want to joke, to tease, anything to lighten the darkness in her eyes, but the words shrivel on my tongue. What did Rowan do to you? She whispers, horror tightening her face. I swallow hard. I don't know how to even begin to answer that. I want to spare her from that horror. Roland kept me semi-conscious. I explain, my voice rough. I wasn't fully aware, which was a blessing. He tried to work his magic into me, I think, but I don't feel different, apart from the fatigue and aches and pains throbbing deep within me. I don't think what he did stuck. Relief flickers across Taylor's face, followed quickly by another frown. Who is Rowan? How are we even here? The tremor in her voice nearly breaks me. I reach for her hand, lacing my fingers with hers. I don't know who he is, but it's clear he's very powerful. I would have known of someone like him before. Elara, the witch who protects the Packlands, would have told us if she was aware of his existence here. I'm sure. Elara had been at the pack meeting, her expression serious. If she'd known anything, she would have alerted our alpha. Hope sparks in Taylor's eyes. Maybe she'll be able to find us then. If she's magical, maybe she can trace us here. I don't have the heart to dim that hope, to tell her the odds are slim. I felt no magic in the forest earlier, even though I was consumed with thoughts on how I was going to reveal my true nature to her. My wolf would have detected something should there have been a hint of magic. Shame twists in my gut. Taylor, I'm sorry for not telling you who I was before now. You had the right to know before we... I trail off, the words sticking in my throat. Before I made love to her. She should have known who I was before I asked that of her. I did wrong by you. She's quiet for a long moment, her gaze weighing and measuring. The bond between us thrums with a myriad of emotions, one pulsing fast after the other. When she finally speaks, her words are slow and deliberate. The dream. It gave me an understanding of our bond, how different it is from anything I've known, how different it is for humans. She shakes her head, meeting my eyes squarely. I understand why it was hard for you to tell me, Liam. There was no good way to say it that wouldn't have shocked me or made me think you were crazy. Her fingers tighten on mine. But I also know everything you did was to protect me. I understand that, fully. Sincerity resonates through the bond, wrapping around me like a balm. I'm grateful, she continues softly. You saved me. You've given me a future when I didn't have one before. I was helping my parents plan my funeral, and now I have a life to look forward to. Because of you. If we get out of here, those words press on my tongue, but I push them down. I can't do that to her. Tears glimmer in her eyes as she leans in, her lips brushing mine in the gentlest of kisses. Thank you, she breathes against my mouth. I'm astounded by the strength of her spirit, the purity of her heart, that she can feel this way, even locked in a cold, dank cell. The goddess blessed us both when we found each other, I murmur, resting my forehead against hers. Curiosity lights her eyes. The goddess? You keep mentioning her. Who is she? My gaze roams her face. I try to wipe a dirt streak off her cheek, but I only end up smearing it. I sigh and tell her what we've been told as far back as I can remember. Wolf shifters believe in the wolf shifter goddess. She's the one who first spliced human and wolf souls together, granting us the ability to shift eons ago. In payment for that gift, she made it so we only have half a soul until we find our fated mate. I shrug. It sounds bleak, but most shifters find their other half. The goddess works in mysterious ways to ensure our paths cross. Except what? Taylor prompts gently. In Willowbrook, no fated mates have bonded in the last 20 years. People started calling it a curse a decade ago. No one knows why fate stopped bringing us together. Many have left the pack, searching for their mate, but never finding them. My jaw tightens. Without that bond, shifters are adrift, lost, and males turn feral. Taylor sucks in a sharp breath, her nails digging into my skin. I see the pieces click together behind her eyes. You would've? I nod. Yes. If not for you, I likely would have lost myself eventually. Fierce protectiveness surges through the bond, startling me with its intensity. Then, we saved each other, Taylor declares. I'm speechless, in awe of this incredible woman fate saw fit to bind me to. No matter what fresh hell awaits us, I know beyond a doubt that my path led me to exactly where I was meant to be, at her side. I make a silent vow to the goddess that I will do whatever it takes to get Taylor out of here safely, even if I have to lay down my own life to do it. She will have the future she deserves. Suddenly, Taylor frowns, rubbing at her chest. Her eyes search mine. What were you just thinking? I felt something. I shake my head, mustering up a small smile. Just that I'm so incredibly happy I found you, Taylor. You're my miracle. I gather her in my arms, taking comfort in her light form. She clings to me, but the darkness presses in, thick and cloying, and my head cycles with burning, unanswered questions about Rowan. Why we're here, what the hell he wants us for. The questions claw at my throat, but I swallow them back. The not knowing is almost worse than the pain I endured at his hands. Almost. Restless energy hums beneath my skin, an itch I can't scratch. I get up, needing to move. I prowl the perimeter of our cell, searching for any weakness, any chance of escape. But the bars are immovable, thrumming with a magic that sets my teeth on edge. The walls are solid rock, old blood staining them. There's no telling how many people he's imprisoned here, how many others he's made suffer, how many didn't survive. This place, it's wrong. It shouldn't exist. Not here, not in our territory. Mitch and Zane would have felt it. They patrol all the time. They must feel us, now we're here. Cindy must have alerted Mitch when we didn't come back from the hike. How I wish we were back at the bite instead of here. But I can't afford to tumble down that rabbit hole. Not when Taylor needs me present. Focused. I have to get her out of here. The thought of my mate suffering even a moment longer in this festering pit ignites a fury in my veins. I want to roar my rage, to tear into something, anything, but I ruthlessly shove the anger down. I can't give in to those base instincts, not when they could jeopardize our survival. Taylor wraps her arms around her too thin body and shivers. She's so small, curled on the ground, too frail. She may be recovering, but the disease has still ravaged her body. I wrap myself around her fragile form, trying to infuse her with my warmth. She burrows into my chest, a tiny sigh fluttering against my skin. "Liam," she whispers, voice cracking. "I'm scared." "I know, baby. I know." I tighten my hold, pressing my lips to her temple. "But I'm here. I'm not going to let anything else happen to you." Even as I say the words, doubt coils in my gut, and she doesn't press for more. Time blurs and stretches, marked only by the labored beat of our hearts. Taylor drifts into an exhausted sleep, but rest eludes me. I'm too wired, too on edge. Something is wrong with my wolf. I can feel him, but he's distant, hazy, as if he's been stuffed behind a wall of fog. When I finally manage to reach him, he snaps at my hand before whimpering and flinching away. Icy tendrils of fear curl around my spine. I might be relatively unscathed, but my wolf, I'm dragged from my spiraling thoughts by the scuff of a footstep in the corridor. Instantly, every cell in my body is on high alert. Dread pools in my stomach as a familiar figure emerges from the shadows. I tighten my hold around my mate, somehow hoping I'll be able to protect her with my body alone. Taylor jolts awake, a whimper catching in her throat. Stark terror pulses through our bond, turning my blood to ice. Rowan stands at the bars, a cruel smile playing about his lips as he takes in our huddled forms. "I have need of you again, Wolf. I've made some modifications." "No!" Taylor's scream rips through the cell. She rises to her knees, putting herself between me and Rowan. "Leave him alone, you monster!" "Taylor, no!" I cry out, reaching for her. With a flick of Rowan's wrist, Taylor is airborne. She slams into the far wall with a sickening crack, held immobile. Her cries of pain and fear shred my soul. White-hot rage obliterates any semblance of control. My wolf explodes out of me in a maelstrom of fury and vengeance. I lunge for Rowan, fangs bared, ready to tear him limb from limb for daring to lay a hand on my mate. Before I can reach him, an immense force crashes upon me. It smashes me to the ground, pinning me tight. I thrash and snarl, but I'm helpless, impotent. Rowan tilts his head as he studies me. He rubs his bottom lip with his thumb. "Fascinating. I have a much better idea of what to do now. It seems I owe you my gratitude for the inspiration." His power slithers over my mind, cloying and invasive. I try to shift back to human form, but agony lances through me. I'm trapped. I can't shift. I'm a prisoner in my own body. "Remain as the wolf. Follow." Rowan turns on his heel, striding down the corridor. To my horror, my legs move of their own volition, carrying me after him. Away from the cell. Away from Taylor.
Chapter 13. Taylor. The pressure lifts, and I crash to the ground, the impact jarring my insides. Pain lances through my skull as it cracks against the unforgiving stone. Stars burst behind my eyelids, bright and dizzying. For a long moment, I can only lie there, gasping for breath. Nausea churns in my gut, bile burning the back of my throat, but it's nothing compared to the anguish shredding my heart. Rowan has taken Liam. Again. And I'm powerless to stop it. Desperation claws at my chest, urging me to action. I stagger to my feet, the cell spinning around me. I lurch toward the bars, grasping them with white-knuckled intensity. The metal is cold and unyielding beneath my fingers. Invisible static bugs race over my hands, magic making my skin crawl. I shake the bars, looking around the cell for the millionth time. I know it's futile, but I have to do something. Need and logic are at war inside my head. I can't just sit here while Liam suffers more at the hands of that monster. Sobs build in my throat, but I choke them back. I won't let Rowan break me, even if that's exactly how I feel. Shattered into a million jagged pieces. Hope bleeding through my fingers. I need to be stronger. Liam is the one being tortured while I'm simply going mad. God, the thought of what Liam must be going through, it's a waking nightmare. Heat surges up my throat, and I barely manage to turn my head before I'm retching. Nothing but bile comes out, which somehow makes it worse. I want to scream, I want to rage, I want to claw at the walls until my fingernails crack and splinter. But I don't. I can't. I have to hold it together. For Liam. He's going to survive this, he has to, because the alternative, if he dies, is unthinkable. I'm not sure I'd survive that either, and even if I did, Rowan could just leave me here, forgotten, starving to death. Fresh tears sting my eyes, blurring the edges of the cell into wavering shadows. I sink to the floor, curling in on myself. Despair is a tangible weight, crushing me, suffocating me. I've never felt so helpless, so alone. Without warning, static crackles through the bond, sharp and biting. It feels like a million ants biting my insides with sharp pincers. I gasp, my hand flying to my chest. Something is wrong. Pain explodes behind my ribs, white-hot and blinding. It steals the breath from my lungs, the strength from my limbs. I crumple to the ground, my body convulsing as agony rips through me. I'm being torn apart from the inside out. Pieces of me are being shredded and ripped away. I scream, but no sound emerges. Or maybe I just can't hear it over the roaring in my ears, the frantic stutter of my heart. Black spots dance across my vision, growing larger with each passing second. I try to cling to consciousness, but darkness drags me down into its smothering embrace. Awareness returns slowly, filtering in through the haze of pain and confusion. I blink, disoriented, as I take in my surroundings. I'm in the forest? But that's impossible. I was just in the cell. Liam. Oh God, where's Liam? I clamber to my feet and spin in a frantic circle, my eyes raking over the towering evergreens, the carpet of pine needles beneath my bare feet. But he's nowhere to be seen. I'm alone. Fear claws at my throat, but before it can fully take hold, a strange sense of peace washes over me. It's jarring, out of place. I shouldn't feel calm. I should be terrified. And yet, a soft golden glow suffuses the clearing, growing brighter with each passing heartbeat. It's the same light that appeared in my last dream. It's warm and welcoming, chasing away the shadows that cling to my soul. The light descended from the sky to hover above the ground. I watch, transfixed, as the light coalesces into a figure before me. She's breathtaking, exquisite. Her form is crafted from pure, shimmering luminescence. Her features undeniably feminine. Ancient, infinite power clings to her. I should be quaking on my feet, turning tail and running from the impossible, but instead I feel safe. "Hello, child," she says, her voice a melodic caress against my mind. "I am Lenareth." "Please," I whisper, desperation cracking my voice. "I need your help. My mate, she's so powerful. Surely she can help us? Surely she's strong enough to crack through Rowan's magic." Lunareth's smile is tinged with sorrow. "I cannot directly interfere with the workings of free will on your plane of existence, but I can offer you the tools to forge your own path, the strength to save that which you hold most dear." I shake my head frantically, tears blurring my vision. "I'll do anything. Anything. Just tell me what I need to do." The bond pulses weakly, Liam's essence flickering. He's fading. I'm losing him. I have to go back to him. I can't be trapped here. Need to help him. Need to do something. Your love for your mate is a powerful force, Trust in that bond. Trust in yourself. Lunarith begins to shimmer and dissipate back to a bright, formless light. Please stay. Please help me, I beg. Lilting words whisper in my mind, strange and foreign. Lunaris, lunara, noctem illuminare, gratia lunarith, revelare lucem absconditam. I don't understand, what do you mean? I cry at the golden light that was once my angel and now is my lost hope. But the world is already dissolving around me. Her words repeat in my head, searing into my bones, over and over until I know I'll never forget them. I lurch upright with a ragged gasp, the cell walls swimming into focus. My heart pounds against my ribs, cold sweat plastering my hair to my forehead. A dream, it was just a dream. But no. There, on my finger. My ring pulses with heat, the metal glowing like a brand. It should burn, should blister my skin, but there's no pain, no mark. A scuffling sound echoes from the corridor, dragging me from my racing thoughts. I turn toward the cell door, my heart leaping into my throat. It's Liam. But oh God, he's barely standing. He leans heavily against the wall, his once strong frame hunched and shaking as he struggles to take a step. Every inhale is a labored rasp, the sound wet and thick. Bruises mottle his skin and cover nearly every inch of his exposed flesh, a sickening map of the abuse he's endured. Blood trickles from a gash above his eye, painting gruesome streaks down the planes of his face. The crimson stands in stark contrast to the pallor of his skin. He sways on his feet with the next step. It's a miracle he's even upright, but then his knees buckle, sending him crashing to the ground. He barely catches himself on his hands, his arms shaking with the effort of keeping his face from smashing into the stone. As hurt as he is, Liam manages to lift his head, his gaze finding mine, checking to see that I'm safe. I don't know what hurts more, me seeing him like this, or knowing his first reaction is to think of me. Rage and anguish war within me. I struggle to my feet, chest heaving, my hands balled into impotent fists at my sides. I want to scream. I want to tear Rowan apart with my bare hands. I've never felt such blistering rage towards someone before now. Rowan waves his hand, and the cell bars slide open with a grating shriek. Get up, wolf. Rowan's cold voice echoes off the stone. Liam lurches, but he can't get to his feet. He struggles to one knee, a low groan tearing from his throat. Rowan rolls his eyes, irritation flickering across his features. He reaches down and grasps Liam's bicep in a brutal grip, hauling him bodily into the cell. An irresistible urge seizes me, a compulsion I couldn't fight even if I wanted to. I lurch forward, my fingers closing around Rowan's wrist in an iron grip. Shock ripples across his face as his head snaps toward me, those cold, dead eyes widen imperceptibly. I've done it now. I brace myself for the retribution I know is coming, for the pain I'm sure he'll rain down upon me. I don't let go. I can't. Please, I rasp, the words scraping my raw throat. He needs water. Just give him. The rest of my plea dies on my tongue as, instead, Lunarith's words spill from my lips. My ring flares with blinding heat, the metal searing against my skin. Terrifying power thrums through my veins, ancient and immense, raising the fine hairs on my arms. Rowan's reaction is instantaneous and terrifying. His entire body goes rigid, muscles seizing hard enough to lock him into a statue. His eyes roll back in their sockets, the irises disappearing behind a film of white, stark and unseeing. His chest is still, no breath passing his parted lips. Even the pulse at his throat has gone silent. It's unnatural, eerie, as if I'm staring at a wax figure. But this is no illusion, no trick of the light. Whatever I've done, it's holding him immobile, helpless. There's no telling how long this will last, seconds, minutes, but I know one thing with unshakable certainty. I shake off my shock. We have to act now. We have to run. Chapter 14. Taylor. Liam, I gasp, dropping to my knees beside him. We have to go. Can you stand? A grunt is his only answer as he struggles to push upright. I wedge my shoulder under his arm, taking as much of his weight as I can. Together we stagger toward the open cell door. I pause just long enough to shove the door shut, leaving Rowan inside. The sound of iron clanging echoes in the enclosed space, lending me a sense of bleak satisfaction. Let him get a taste of his own medicine. Liam leans heavily against me as we stumble down the corridor, each step an exercise in agony. He trembles as he weaves, unsteady on his feet. His skin is fever-hot against me, his head bobs, as though it's too hard to stay awake. Just a little bit further. You can do it, I say. I pray he can stay conscious. A desperate mantra circles through my head. If he can't, I don't know what I'll do because he's too big to pick up and carry. We emerge from the corridor into the larger room, and bile surges up my throat when my eyes lock onto the iron chair bolted to the center of the floor, metal arms and seat stained red. Blood. Liam's blood is splattered across the arms, pooled on the stone beneath. White-hot rage sears through me, so intense it holds me captive. In that moment, I want nothing more than to watch this whole place burn to ash with Rowan trapped inside, to make him suffer a fraction of the torment he's inflicted. We don't have that kind of time. We need to put as much distance between us and this nightmare as possible. Taylor! Liam rasps, his voice a thready whisper. The door! I nod, half carrying him across the room. Desperation lends me strength and I wrench it open with a low cry. Sunlight spills across the threshold, blinding after the gloom of our prison. I gulp in huge lungfuls of crisp, clean air, tears pricking the corners of my eyes. We've made it outside, but we're not safe yet. Liam sags against me, his breaths coming in short, sharp pants. I need to shift, he grits out, sweat beading his brow. Faster. I help lower him to the ground, my heart clenching as I take in the extent of his injuries. Goddess, I don't know if he has the strength to shift, if his broken body can take any more strain. What choice do we have? Either I shift, get on my back, he says. I only nod because I don't want to make him carry me, not in his state. But I know, even injured, he will be faster than my 2 feet. I watch, tears streaming down my face, as Liam's form begins to ripple and change. The process is slower than before, more painful. Bones crack and reform, agonized whimpers tearing from his throat. It seems to take an eternity before the massive gray wolf is standing before me. But something is wrong. Liam's eyes hold no humanity. For a moment, I'm not sure he even recognizes me. A chill skitters down my spine as I stare into the face of a wild animal, feral and dangerous. Then he shakes his great head, a low whine escaping his muzzle. He drops to his belly, his meaning clear. I scramble onto his back, my fingers sinking into his matted fur. The scent of blood and fear is cloying, but beneath it all, I catch a hint of cedarwood, a scent that belongs to my mate alone. Liam's powerful body surges beneath me, his muscles bunching and coiling with each lunge. His raw power thrums through him, the extraordinary strength of his wolf. He bolts across the clearing and launches into the trees, leaving the nightmare of the cabin behind. His paws drum against the earth, a staccato beat that echoes through the forest. I don't understand where he's drawing his energy from, but each stride is ground-eating, propelling us forward at breathtaking speed. I flatten against his broad back, my fingers sinking deep into his thick fur. The coarse hairs are matted with blood and sweat, but I don't care. I press my face into his coat, breathing in his scent. Tears stream down my cheeks, soaking into his pelt. My heart pounds in my throat. Every second, I expect to hear Rowan's furious shout behind us. to feel the crackle of his malevolent power as he drags us back into the hell we've only just escaped. But there's only the rhythmic thud of Liam's paws against the ground, the ragged sawing of his lungs as he pushes, beyond all limits. The trees blur past us, a smear of green and brown and golden sunlight. Time loses all meaning as we race through the forest. The sun traces its arc across the sky, shadows lengthening and stretching as the hours slip past. Liam maintains his punishing pace, his body a machine of sinew and muscle and iron will. But even he has limits. As the sun begins its descent toward the horizon, painting the world in shades of orange and red, Liam's steps falter. His stride shortens, his pace slowing incrementally. Each breath is a raspy wheeze, his sides heaving like a bellows. Sweat darkens his fur, frothing on his muzzle. Tremors rack his frame as exhaustion takes its toll. "Liam, stop," I plead, my voice cracking. "You need to rest." He still pushes onward, his body trembling with the effort. It's not until we reach a small stream that he finally stops. He walks to a smooth black stone and knocks it over before he collapses, his legs giving out. I tumble from Liam's back. Every muscle screams in protest, my body pushed far beyond its limits. I drag myself forward and crawl to the edge of the stream on hands and knees. The water is crystal clear, dancing and burbling over moss-covered stones. I plunge my cupped hands into the icy flow, the cold shocking against my overheated skin. Greedily, I bring the water to my cracked lips, letting it trickle down my parched throat. It's the sweetest thing I've ever tasted, a soothing balm to the desert that is my mouth. And why isn't Liam drinking with me? I sit up and see Liam crumpled on the bank, his massive form unnaturally still. His eyes are closed, his tongue lolling from his mouth. Oh God, no. Please, no. I scrabble to his side, heedless of the rocks that bite into my palms. Liam, please, wake up. With shaking hands, I cup water from the stream, letting it pool in the hollow of my palms. I hold them to his muzzle, letting the cool liquid trickle over his mouth. He doesn't move. Seconds tick by, each one an eternity. He's so still, so silent. Dread claws at my insides, and my breathing becomes short, sharp pants. Then, by some miracle, his throat bobs. Once. Twice. His pink tongue darts out as he licks water from my palm. Relief crashes over me, so intense it makes the world spin. Tears stream down my cheeks unchecked as I offer him more water, cupping my hands again and again until he's more awake. With a groan, he staggers to his feet. His legs shake, barely holding his weight as he sways. His form shifts. His fur recedes, revealing smooth, blood-streaked skin. Bones crack and realign, and then Liam kneels before me, naked and vulnerable, his body a roadmap of pain. A sob hitches in my throat as I lurch forward, throwing myself into his arms. I cling to him with every ounce of my strength, molding my body to his, as through it will help take his pain away. "You saved me," I rasp against the fever-hot skin of his neck, my tears mingling with the sweat and grime coating his flesh. "Thank you, thank you." He shudders in my embrace, a low, wounded sound rumbling up from his chest. "Need to get back to Willowbrook," he slurs, the words thick and clumsy on his tongue. He tries to stand, his muscles coiling with the effort, but his legs betray him, folding beneath his weight. He crashes to the ground, his eyes rolling in his head. "Liam!" His name is a ragged scream as I clutch at him, my fingers scrabbling over his shoulders, his face. Panic claws at my throat, black spots dancing across my vision. I shake him, hard, desperate to rouse him, but he's limp in my arms, his head lolling bonelessly on his neck. Gathering him to my chest, I rock back and forth, my tears dripping into his matted hair. The heat of his skin sears my own as a fever rages through him. Something is wrong, terribly, terribly wrong. He needs help, I need to go get it for him, but I can't leave him alone, not like this. I stroke his cheek, begging, pleading for him to wake up, but his eyes remain closed, the blue veins stark against his bloodless skin. The sun dips below the horizon, stealing the warmth from the air. Darkness presses in, thick and menacing. The night comes alive with a symphony of chirps and rustles, each one making my heart stutter with fear. I cling to Liam, my face buried in the sweat-soaked crook of his neck. Shivers rack his frame, his muscles twitching and spasming. "Please," I whisper, the word a broken prayer, beseeching my golden angel to take pity on me again. "Please, don't take him from me. I can't lose him, not now, not like this." A twig snaps in the underbrush. My heart slams against my ribs. Every instinct screams danger, the hair on the back of my neck standing on end. Easing Liam to the ground, I stagger to my feet. My legs tremble, but I plant myself firmly between my fallen mate and the threat lurking in the darkness. My fingers close around a branch, the wood rough and solid in my grip. It's not much of a weapon, but it's all I have. I don't know if I can win this fight, but I will make Rowan work for every inch. I will make him bleed for every moment of agony he's inflicted, every scream he's torn from our throats. The bushes rustle and the leaves part. My heart lodges in my throat, my pulse a deafening roar in my ears. I raise the branch, ready to swing with every ounce of strength left in my body. But it's not Rowan who steps into the moonlight. It's a wolf, a huge russet wolf with a white star on his forehead and white-tipped paws. A choked sob escapes my lips, the branch tumbling from my numb fingers. I watch, scarcely daring to breathe, as the wolf shifts and then Mitch stands before me, his face a mask of concern. Another shape detaches from the shadows, a gray speckled wolf with a luxurious white ruff. He shifts, and Zane stands there a moment later. Relief hits with a blow that drives me to my knees. I crawl back to Liam, gathering him into my arms. The last of my composure shatters, my words dissolving into helpless, hiccuping sobs. "Help him, please, he won't wake up. I don't know what Rowan did to him, but it's bad, it's so bad." I rasp. "It's okay, we're here now, we've got you," Mitch says. Mitch and Zane crouch beside us, their faces grim. A glance passes between them, heavy with unspoken meaning. "We need to get Alara to see to him," Mitch says, his voice tight with worry. His gaze finds mine, softening with understanding. "Thankfully, our cruiser isn't far. Zane will carry you." I want to protest, to insist that I'll walk, but my body betrays me, my limbs trembling with penetrating exhaustion. The adrenaline that's kept me going is fading fast, leaving me hollowed out and aching. I won't slow them up. Liam needs our help as fast as he can get it. Mitch lifts Liam in his arms with a gentleness that belies his strength, and positions him over his shoulder as Zane slides his arms beneath my knees and my shoulders. He lifts me effortlessly, pulling me securely against his chest. He doesn't smell right, but the warmth of his body seeps into my chilled skin, chasing away the cold that's settled in my marrow. "We've been looking for you everywhere. Most of the pack is. Cindy alerted us when you didn't return from your hike," Zane says. "How long have we been missing?" I ask. "You don't know?" Zane asks. I shake my head. We were in a cell, no windows, nothing to gauge time. Zane's mouth turns down and his hands shake where they hold me. "It's been 5 days, Taylor. We've been looking for you for 5 days. Chapter 15. Taylor. Oh God, 5 days, although it felt like 5 years. Despite my exhaustion, I have to tell them everything. They have to know the truth. They have to know what happened so they can help Liam. I clutch Zane's shoulder and choke back a sob. We found a hut in the forest. Rowan compelled us to go indoors. Did unspeakable things to him with magic. to his human side and also his wolf, and I take a deep breath of air, forcing out more words. This is all my fault. I saw the hut in my dream. Liam told me to be careful, and I wasn't. All I could think about was that I had to see the hut. I was so curious, and then Rowan saw us and made us go inside even when we didn't want to. We didn't have any control. I couldn't stop myself. I couldn't do anything. It all comes out in a flood. I don't know if I'm making sense, but my head is spinning and my stomach is churning, and I'm just so damned worried about Liam because the bond is static in my chest and... Take a breath, Taylor, Mitch says, crouching over me. I read the concern on his face, realizing it's for me. I blink back to the moment. Zane has put me on the ground, and I'm leaning against a police cruiser. Liam is inside, bundled in blankets. His head rests back, a hunk of bloodied, matted hair hanging over his forehead. His eyes are still closed. He's not moving. Oh God, I have to get inside. Have to be with him. Hands grip my shoulders. He ducks his head so he can look into my eyes. We'll get him some help, but I need to ask you how injured you are. I smell blood on you, and I can see you're covered in bruises and scratches. I'm assuming he's told you about his wolf, and that's why you didn't freak out when you saw us shift, but if you're injured, you'll need different medical care than Liam. I feel my body, now becoming aware of various sensations all over. My muscles are stiff, and I'm covered in bruises, but they're not significant. I'll be fine with some rest, please? I only care about Liam. Spoken like a true mate, Mitch says. Mate. The thing in me lifts its head and an extra level of my consciousness awakens. I don't think about that now because I am Liam's mate, and that should mean that I feel a bond. I did. It was 100 times clearer than it is now. I clutch Mitch's wrist in my shaking grip. Rowan did something to our bond. It's changed. Different. Mitch flinches, and his expression turns even more serious. What do you mean your bond is different? I shake my head, growing more desperate by the second. It's more distant, like there's static there getting thicker and thicker. I don't know what Rowan did. He took Liam away when he did what he did. We don't have time to waste, Mitch, Zane says. Mitch gives a curt nod. Agreed. He helps me into the back of the cruiser where I slide on the back seat and collapse. The blankets Zane wrapped around me do little to chase away the infinite chill that has settled in my marrow. With trembling fingers, I brush a lock of matted hair from Liam's brow. His skin is clammy, beaded with sweat. Each shallow breath rattles in his chest, an echo of the vibrant, strong male I know him to be. Tears blur my vision as I cup his cheek, my thumb tracing the sharp line of his cheekbone. I reach for our bond, desperate to feel that shining thread that has become as essential to me as my own heartbeat. But where there once was a symphony of emotion, a cascading rainbow of color and light, now there is only static that thickens. Liam's essence is there, but it's muted. He's being pulled away from me, inch by excruciating inch. I close my eyes and pray to my golden angel to help me just one more time, but the cruiser hits a pothole, jolting me from my spiraling thoughts. I glance up to see Mitch's eyes in the rearview mirror, his brow furrowed with concern. Taylor, is there anything else you can think of that might help us understand what's happening to Liam? He asks, his voice strained. I swallow hard. His wolf, it's different too. Mitch's voice cracks over the sound of the straining engine. Different how? I shudder, remembering the moment Liam shifted in the clearing. The blankness in his eyes, the absence of the warmth and intelligence that always shone through, no matter his form. When he shifted, it was like the humanity was gone. The thing that made him Liam just wasn't there. A sob catches in my throat, and I press my face into the curve of Liam's neck, breathing in his scent beneath the tang of blood and sweat. Mitch swears under his breath. Gravel sprays beneath the tires as he punches the accelerator, the engine roaring. In the passenger seat, Zane is a coiled spring of tension. He barks orders into the CB radio, his tone controlled but laced with urgency. I tune out their voices, my entire world narrowing to the male in my arms. I stroke Liam's hair, my lips pressed to his temple as I murmur a litany of pleas and promises. "Stay with me, Liam. You have to fight. You have to come back. I can't do this without you." But he remains still, his chest barely rising with each labored breath. Despair crashes over me in a suffocating wave. A memory surfaces, unbidden. Liam's face, alight with laughter. The press of his lips against mine, tender and gentle. The way his eyes shone with love every time he looked at me, as if I were a miracle he couldn't quite believe was real, even when I didn't know who he was to me. If only he'd wake up and look at me the same way now. "Nearly there, Taylor," Mitch says. The cruiser flies over a rise, throwing me back against the seat. In the distance, I see lights. Willowbrook. I tighten my hold on Liam, my heart hammering against my ribs as Mitch takes the turn to the bite. And when we screech to a stop, several figures are waiting for us on the front porch beneath the soft, glowing lights. As we exit the cruiser, a curvy red-headed woman hurries toward us, her face pinched with worry. She wrings her hands, her eyes darting from Mitch to the limp form of Liam slumped in the cruiser. Mitch leans in close, whispering something in her ear. Her eyes widen, shock and horror rippling across her features. When her gaze meets mine, it's filled with a deep, aching sympathy. "I'm Sarah, Mitch's mate." "I'm so sorry for what you've been through, Taylor. We'll do everything we can to help you and Liam," she says, her words gentle. I nod, my throat too tight for words. Mitch and Zane carefully maneuver Liam's unconscious body out of the vehicle, their faces grim. Panic claws at my insides, a scream building in my chest. He's so still, so pale. Like a corpse. Another woman approaches, her long brunette hair cascading over her shoulders. Her pale blue eyes are shadowed with concern as she reaches for my hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. "I'm Aria, Zane's mate." "We're here for you, Taylor. You're not alone," she murmurs. Cindy appears, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. She pulls me into a fierce hug, uncaring of the grime and blood that coat my skin. Her familiar scent wraps around me, a comfort I didn't know I needed until this moment. "Take Liam to Taylor's room," she instructs Mitch and Zane, her voice thick with emotion. "I have everything ready." As they carry Liam inside, I take a moment to absorb my surroundings. The foyer of the bite is just as I remember, warm and inviting, but it feels different now. Like a lifetime has passed since I last stood here. Like I'm a stranger in my own memories. Cindy's hand rests on my shoulder, a grounding presence. "I can't imagine what you're going through," she says softly, her eyes shining with empathy. "But you can lean on us, Taylor. We'll get through this together." She gives me a watery smile. "I'm going to prepare some food for you. You must be starving after everything." My stomach twists at the thought of eating, bile rising in my throat. How can I even think of food when Liam is broken and unresponsive? When I don't know if he'll ever open his eyes again? Sarah senses my turmoil. She rubs my arm, her touch gentle. "I know it's hard, sweetie, but you need to keep your strength up. For Liam, he's going to need you when he wakes up." When, not if. I cling to that word like a lifeline as we make our way to the room where I'd slept a lifetime ago, consumed with illness and indecision. Inside, a tall, willowy woman stands at the foot of the bed. Her long silver hair falls in a shimmering curtain down her back, her face unlined and ageless. She could be 40 or 70, her beauty ethereal and untouched by time. Dressed in flowing purple robes, she exudes an aura of power and wisdom. Her eyes leave me reeling. A striking, luminous gray, they pierce straight through me, laying bare every secret, every fear. I feel exposed, raw, like she can see into the very heart of me. Mitch and Zane carefully lay Liam on the bed, his body limp and unresponsive. He's still burning with fever, shivers racking his frame. A low, keening sound escapes my throat, my fingers itching to touch him, to smooth the furrow from his brow. "Taylor, this is Ilara. She's the witch who maintains the wards around our packlands," Mitch says. Recognition of the name sparks through me. Liam mentioned her, spoke of her power and importance. My hesitance is replaced with hope. If anyone can help him, surely it's her. Ilara listens intently as Mitch recounts the horror of the past few days, his voice tight and controlled. He exudes a power that forces me to listen, and part of me wants to obey when his aura flows over me. It's strange because I've never felt that way about anyone else before. Zane has a similar power, but although not as strong, exudes enough for me to want to listen to him too. They're both powerful men, ones I'm glad to have on my side. At the mention of Rowan's name, Ilara's head snaps up, her eyes boring into mine as she listens. "Tell me about this Rowan," she commands, her voice ringing with authority. Mitch frowns, concern etching deep lines into his face. "Do you know him, Ilara?" The witch's lips thin, a shadow passing over her features. "I pray it's not the same male I'm thinking of." I swallow hard, my mouth suddenly dry as dust. He was average height, blonde hair. He would be someone I'd walk past and not see, but his magic, that was strong. He could control us, make us do things against our will. A shudder runs through me, tears stinging my eyes. He took Liam, tortured him. I don't know exactly what he did, but there was so much blood. I choke on a sob, the memories of vicious onslaught. He cut him, put something inside him, some kind of magic. Liam hasn't been the same since. The words pour out of me in a rush, my voice rising with hysteria. Rowan kept rambling about a chalice, the chalice of lunar rites. He said he'd release us if we got it for him, but how could we? We were trapped in that cell and he just kept hurting Liam. I'm shaking now, my entire body trembling like a leaf in a gale. Arya wraps an arm around my shoulders, murmuring soothing nonsense as I fight for composure. He said I would turn my mate feral, but that doesn't make sense. Liam isn't feral, he's just hurt. He needs help, please. I dissolve into tears, great hiccuping sobs that make my chest ache. I cling to Arya, my whole body shaking. The room is deathly silent, the tension so thick it's suffocating. I feel the weight of their stares, the unease that ripples through the air. Ilara's face is carefully blank, but there's a tightness around her eyes, a set to her jaw that speaks of barely restrained emotion. She knows something that terrifies her. Chapter 16. Taylor. "Ilara," I rasp, my voice little more than a broken whisper. Do you know who Rowan is? What he's done to Liam?" The witch closes her eyes and a shuddering breath escapes her lips. When she opens them again, they're filled with a sorrow so deep, it makes my heart throb. "I pray that I'm wrong," she says softly, each word heavy with dread. "But if this is the Rowan I remember, the Rowan I've heard whispers of in my coven through the years. You know him? You know who Rowan is?" I ask. She nods. Ilara's face is a mask of grim determination as she speaks. "Centuries ago, there was a shifter named Rowan. He was a member of the Longtooth Pack. Our pack. It was a different time and place than it is today. Legend has it that Rowan fell in love with a human woman called Eliza. She was his fated mate, and their bond was strong and true, but the Alpha at the time, Elias, didn't allow cross-species unions even when they can be nothing more than goddess-blessed." Mitch scoffs, shaking his head in disbelief. Sarah moves to his side, her hand resting on his arm in a gesture of comfort. Zane's jaw tightens, his arm tightening around Arya's waist. Human female mates are anything but a weakness. With Arya, I'm stronger than I've ever been, he growls, his eyes flashing. Ilara nods, a sad smile playing at the corners of her mouth. You're right, of course. But the pack's laws at the time forbade relationships between wolves and humans. As wrong as they were, they saw it as a threat to the pack's purity and strength. She sighs, the sound heavy with ancient grief. Rowan and Eliza were forced to keep their love a secret, meeting in stolen moments and hidden places, but when the pack leaders discovered their relationship, they were furious. They demanded that Rowan choose between his love for Eliza and his loyalty to the pack. A bitter laugh escapes her lips. Rowan chose the pack. He turned his back on Eliza, on their bond, and she, heartbroken and betrayed, fled the pack's territory, never to be seen again. The room is silent, the weight of Ilara's words hanging heavy in the air. I feel the ache of Rowan's choice, the echoes of Eliza's pain. It's a story as old as time, a tragedy played out over and over again. Rowan threw himself into his duties as a pack member, Ilara continues, her voice hardening. But his resentment toward the pack grew. He blamed them for forcing his hand, for making him choose between love and duty. He began to delve into dark magic, seeking ways to increase his own power and to undermine the pack from within. She meets Mitch's gaze, her eyes glittering with a fierce light. Elias ended up culling him for his transgressions, or so we thought. A chill runs down my spine, a sickening sense of dread settling in my gut. "You think he survived?" I whisper, the words like ashes on my tongue. Ilara nods, her face grim. "If this is the same Rowan, then yes, I believe he's using black magic to extend his life, to cheat death itself. And if he wants the chalice of lunar rites—" She trails off, her eyes distant. "Then it's likely he's the one who's been turning wolves feral with it, perfecting his magic over centuries, biding his time until he could strike. It makes sense. Tainting the goddess symbol with black magic makes sense." Silence descends, heavy and oppressive. I see the shock on everyone's faces, the horror and disbelief. It's a nightmare made real, a threat we never saw coming. "Taylor," Ilara says softly, her gaze piercing as it meets mine. "How did you escape? If Rowan can control minds, his power must be immense. A normal human shouldn't have been able to break his hold." "In my dream," I begin, my voice trembling, "there was a golden angel, a woman made of light. She gave me words to say, and when I woke, I felt this need to touch Rowan. Like I couldn't fight it even if I wanted to." Ilara's eyes widen, a flicker of something like hope sparking in their depths. "What were the words, Taylor?" I close my eyes, the strange syllables rising to my lips as if they've always been there, waiting to be spoken. "Lunaris, lunara, noctem illuminare, gratia lunare, revelare lucem absconditam." A gasp ripples through the room, a collective intake of breath. Ilara's hand flies to her mouth, her eyes round with shock. She staggers back a step, her face draining of color. "Ilara?" Mitch's voice is sharp with concern. "What is it? What do those words mean?" The witch shakes her head, wonder and disbelief warring on her features. "Lunaris, lunara, illuminate the night. By lunaris grace, reveal hidden light." Her gaze finds mine, a wealth of emotions swirling in those fathomless depths. "The goddess came to you, Taylor. Her name is Lunarith, the mother of all wolf shifters. You saw her, spoke with her. She blessed you with her power, her protection." A shiver runs through me, a feeling of awe and humility. The goddess herself reached out to me, chose me. But why? What could she possibly see in me? And how is that possible? I'm not a wolf shifter, not a full one in any case. Ilara frowns. "It's been a long time since Lunarith has made her presence known. For her to intervene now, in this way—" She trails off, a pensive look on her face, but before she can continue, a searing pain rips through my chest. I cry out, doubling over as agony lances through me. Cindy's arms are around me in an instant, holding me up as my knees buckle. She guides me to the bed, helping me stretch out beside Liam's unnaturally still form. Ilara is at my side in a heartbeat, her hand pressing gently against my sternum. Her lips move in a silent incantation, her eyes glowing molten silver. A warm, soothing sensation spreads through my chest, easing the pain to a dull ache. The relief is short-lived. Liam thrashes on the bed, a low moan tearing from his throat. His face is contorted in agony, his muscles seizing and twitching beneath his skin. "Something is coming between your bond," Ilara says, her voice tight with strain. "It should be impossible, but Rowan's magic must be strong, stronger than anything I've ever seen." Tears blur my vision, desperation clawing at my throat. "Please!" My voice breaks. "Help him, Ilara. I'll do anything, endure anything. Just save him." The witch meets my gaze, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. "The process will not be pleasant, Taylor, for either of you. The darkness within Liam runs deep, and rooting it out will be painful." I nod, my jaw set with determination. "I don't care. I'll do whatever it takes. I can't lose him, Ilara. I won't." She searches my face for a long moment, her expression unreadable. "I'll do what I can and hope that it's enough." She places one hand on Liam's chest and the other on mine, closing her eyes as her brow furrows in concentration. She begins to chant words that twist on her tongue and wash over me. Power thrums around me, shimmering through the air, growing thicker and heavier. Pain explodes through every nerve, every cell. It's like nothing I've ever felt before, a searing agony that burrows deep into my very soul. I scream, my back arching off the bed as fire lances through my veins. Flashes of brilliant light strobe my vision before I'm sucked into a vortex of white. Liam convulses, a howl of anguish tearing from his throat. Consciousness returns slowly, a gentle tide lapping at the shores of my mind. I blink, wincing as sunlight streams through the window, painting the room in shades of gold and amber. The leaves on the trees outside sparkle in the sunlight. Someone has cracked open the window, letting in sweet, fresh air. The curtains puff in the slight breeze. For a moment, I'm disoriented, my thoughts sluggish and muddled. But then the memories come rushing back, a tidal wave of fear and pain and desperation. Liam. Oh God, Liam. I bolt upright, my heart slamming against my ribs, but as I turn to the male beside me, a wave of relief crashes over me. He's here, he's alive. Liam lies still and silent, his chest rising and falling with the slow, even rhythm of deep sleep. The fever that ravaged his body has broken, his skin cool and dry beneath my palm, but even as I drink in the sight of him, a flicker of unease curls in my gut. He looks peaceful, almost as if he's simply sleeping. But there's a stillness to him, a lack of animation that sends chills racing down my spine. "Liam?" My voice is soft, tentative. He doesn't respond, his eyes remaining closed, his features slack and peaceful. I reach out a trembling hand, my fingers ghosting over his cheek. His skin is warm beneath my touch, the stubble rough against my palm, but even that small contact fails to rouse him, fails to bring even a flicker of awareness to his face. "Liam, wake up, please." Desperation rising like a tide within me, I grasp his shoulders, giving him a gentle shake, but his eyes remain closed. A sob catches in my throat, my fingers curling over the center of his chest. I bow my head, pressing my forehead against him as the tears come in earnest now, hot and bitter on my cheeks. I can only hope that what Ilara did is enough to bring him back. How long will that take? I swallow back the panic that claws at my throat and focus on tending to him in the only way I can. I head to the bathroom, find a bowl, and fill it with warm water. Grabbing a washcloth and towel, I begin to clean him. I wipe away the sweat and grime that covers his skin, and the dry blood that streaks his chest and face. I roll him to wash his back and see a strange mark on the back of his neck. I frown, leaning closer to examine it. It looks like a pattern of blackened lines, the skin around them raw and blistered, like a brand seared into his flesh. A chill runs down my spine, a sense of wrongness that settles heavy in my gut. If I had the power, I'd incinerate Rowan to blackened ash. I clean every bit of dirt off his skin, taking care to clean under his nails and wash his hair. Then, when there's nothing else to do, I shower as fast as I can, and when I'm clean, I lie back beside him, rest my head on his chest, put my arm around his waist, and sleep. Time loses all meaning as I keep vigil at Liam's side, watching the sun arc across the sky and disappear below the horizon. Minutes bleed into hours, hours into days, and still he sleeps on, lost in a place I cannot follow. Cindy is a constant presence, bringing me meals and coaxing me to eat even when my stomach roils at the thought of food. She sits with me, her presence a silent comfort as I pour out my fears, my hopes, my dreams for a future that slips further away with each passing moment. When the walls of the room begin to close in, when the weight of my own thoughts become too much to bear, she gently but firmly steers me to the bathroom to shower again. The hot spray of the shower is a shock to my system, the steam chasing away the cobwebs that cling to my mind. Mitch and Zane, Ilara and Aria and Sarah take turns checking in on us, their faces etched with worry and compassion. They offer words of comfort, of encouragement, but as the days stretch on with no change, I can see the hope fading from their eyes, replaced by a grim sort of resignation. I lie back next to Liam and bury my face in the crook of his neck, breathing in his scent, and then, so softly I almost miss it, I feel him stir. At the same time, the strange presence inside me blinks awake, her golden eyes shimmering in my mind. My heart stops, my breath freezing in my lungs. Slowly, hardly daring to hope, I lift my head. Liam's eyes flutter open, hazy and unfocused. For a moment he stares unseeing at the ceiling, his brow crinkled in confusion. Then awareness seeps into his gaze. His eyes meet mine, a wealth of emotion swirling in those depths. "Taylor..." His voice is hoarse, little more than a rasp, but it's the most beautiful sound I've ever heard. A sob hitches in my throat, my vision blurring with tears. I gather him close, crushing him to me as if I can anchor him to this world through sheer force of will. "Liam," I breathe, his name a prayer on my lips. "Oh God, Liam, I thought I'd lost you." He lifts a shaking hand, cupping my cheek with a tenderness that breaks my heart. "Never," he whispers, his thumb brushing away the tears that spill down my face. "I'll always come back to you, baby. Always." He lifts his arm and his fingers twine into the back of my head, pressing me down. I go down willingly, brushing my lips against his before a feral growl rattles in the base of his chest. Chapter 17. Taylor. Liam's growl vibrates through me. It's a sound I've never heard from him before, raw and savage, devoid of any human warmth. I jerk back, my heart slamming against my ribs as chills race down my spine. Something's wrong. Something's terribly, horribly wrong. Liam's eyes, usually so warm and loving, are cold and flat. The rich amber hue has been swallowed by a feral glow, the pupils contracted to mere pinpricks. There's no recognition in those eyes. "Liam?" My throat closes over. "Liam, what's happening? What's wrong?" He doesn't respond, doesn't even seem to hear me. A shudder runs through his body. I watch in horrified fascination as fur sprouts along his arms and disappears again. Oh God, he's fighting his shift. "Liam, please," I whisper, my hands held out in a placating gesture. "It's me. It's Taylor. You know me. You love me." For a moment, I think I see a flicker of recognition in those feral depths, a spark of my mate fighting his way to the surface, but it's gone as quickly as it came. Liam shudders, his bones cracking and realigning. Fur erupts along his limbs, a dense coat of gray and white speckles that ripples with each convulsion of his muscles. His face elongates into a muzzle, teeth lengthening into wickedly sharp fangs that gleam in the low light. In a moment, a massive gray wolf towers over me, but Liam is nowhere to be found in this wolf. Its eyes, once a warm amber that sparkled with love, are now flat and wild. There's no recognition, no sign of Liam's spirit. There is only hunger, a savagery that sends icy tendrils of fear curling through my veins. This isn't Liam. Not anymore. A low growl rumbles up from the wolf's chest, its lips peeling back from its fangs in a snarl that makes every hair on my body stand on end. It takes a step forward, huge paw sinking into the mattress, muscles coiled and ready to spring. I know, with a certainty that settles like a leaden weight in my gut, that the creature before me is no longer my mate, my love. It's a predator, and I am its prey. I slowly slide off the mattress and onto the carpet, but the wolf is between me and the door. There's nowhere to go. I'm trapped. Liam, don't do this. Come back to me. Fight this. You're stronger than this. I know you are. I fight panicked breaths as the wolf lines me up. With a roar that shakes the very walls, the beast lunges. I have a split second to register the flash of teeth, the gleam of razor-sharp claws, and then pain explodes through me, white-hot and blinding. I scream as claws rake down my arm, tearing through skin and muscle. The wounds are deep, deep enough to cut to my bone. Blood wells in the wounds, hot and slick, the coppery scent filling the air. The wolf bears me to the ground, its weight crushing the air from my lungs. I thrash and struggle, but I'm fighting against a mountain. Fangs close around my throat. I still, hardly daring to breathe as hot breath gusts over my face. This is it. This is how I die, torn apart by the man I love. There's a terrible sort of irony in that, a cosmic joke at my expense. I've been saved from a terminal disease only to be killed by the man who saved me. I don't want my last thoughts to be of the wolf who is going to tear my throat out. I want to see Liam in my mind, the man I've fallen in love with. Desperation claws at my insides, squeezing my heart so hard it hurts. I reach out through the bond to feel a scrap of Liam again, but there's nothing to grasp. Only a yawning void where once Liam's essence burned bright and warm. There's nothing there, nothing left. The bond is gone, severed. Liam is gone. A keening wail builds behind my breastbone, but I choke it back. My hand trembles as I lift my arm, my finger sinking into the fur at the wolf's nape. I have to think of the animal as a wolf. That's all there is. I love you, Liam. The words catch in my throat. I do love him, with everything in my heart. He isn't to blame for this. Nothing about this is his fault. The wolf isn't him. He's a wild beast acting on ancient instincts, poisoned by Rowan. This is Rowan's doing. The wolf snarls, a deep rumble that vibrates through my bones. Its jaws begin to squeeze tighter, and its teeth pop through my skin. Blood gushes from the wounds as searing agony rockets through me. The coppery tang of it fills my nostrils, sharp and acrid. My vision swims, the room tilting and spinning. I cling to the image of Liam's face as darkness descends. I picture the warm amber of his eyes, the way they would crinkle at the corners when he laughed, the curve of his full lips, so soft and tender when they brushed against my own, yet capable of stretching into a grin that never failed to make my heart skip. The strong, chiseled lines of his jaw, the way his brow would furrow when he was deep in thought. He's a good man, a kind, gentle soul, a man who became a doctor to treat people who are sick. I dig my fingers against the wolf's nape, sliding through the fur and onto his skin. My ring flares with sudden, searing heat. The metal glows molten red against my skin, but I hardly register it over the storm of emotions blasting through me. Love and rage and unshakable determination. A strange sensation builds within me. Pressure pushes at my skin from the inside out. It starts as a tingle in the center of my chest, a subtle warmth that quickly spreads down my arms and into my body, blazing through my veins like wildfire. A blinding flash of golden light strobes my vision and sears everything around me. The world fractures and shatters around me, my body contorts, bones crack, realign. Fur erupts from my skin in a prickling wave, itching and crawling, as it spreads across my limbs, my face, my back. The wolf is thrown off me by a dazzling explosion of radiant light. It slams against the far wall with a yelp, a tangle of legs and fur. I barely register its distress. I'm too consumed by the changes ravaging my own body, by the alien sensations that assail me from all sides. I rise on shaking legs, take a tentative step forward, and nearly pitch onto my face. My gait is all wrong, my center of gravity shifted in a way that throws me off balance. I look down at my legs, but they aren't human. I'm standing on 4 legs covered in russet fur. My sharp claws dig into the carpet. I swing my head around to see a fluffy tail disappear behind me. The temptation to follow it is almost all-consuming. Shock is the only thing that locks my feet to the floor. I'm not human anymore. I'm a pregnant wolf. I've shifted into a wolf. This shouldn't be possible. It can't be possible. I don't possess the spark of magic to take on the shape of another creature. And yet here I am, on 4 paws, my body alive with energy. Power courses through my veins, strength coiled in the muscles that ripple beneath my tawny pelt. A strange, intoxicating power surges within me, filling my veins with untamed energy. The world is different, my senses heightened. Sounds are sharper, more distinct. The ragged draw of breath, the frantic pounding of my heart. Scents burst across my awareness in a riot of vivid information. It's exhilarating, terrifying, a miracle. Taylor, I look up to see Liam on his knees. He's human, beautifully, wonderfully alive. His eyes are clear, free of the madness that consumed him. Is that really you? Joy and relief crash over me. It's Liam. Mayu is back. I move toward him on unsteady paws, tripping over my own feet in my haste to get to him. Liam reaches out with a trembling hand, his fingers sinking into the thick ruff around my neck. I lean into his touch, a rumbling purr building as I revel in his caress. No wonder he liked me petting him when he was in his wolf body. This is better than a full body massage. How? He whispers, awe and confusion warring on his face. I don't understand, you're human, you can't shift. His words trail off as I lap at the tears streaking his cheeks, tasting the salt on my tongue. A broken sound escapes his lips, anguish twisting his features. I'm so sorry, Taylor, he rasps, cradling my face in his hands. I never wanted to hurt you, never meant for any of this to happen. That beast, that monster, it wasn't me. I was trapped, locked away. I couldn't stop it. His torment echoes through our bond. Our bond. It's back. I feel his emotions, his joy, his shock, his love. I love him too. I love him so much I want to play with him. I dance around Liam, yipping and nudging him with my nose. Playful nips tug at his clothes, his hair, inviting him to join in my jubilant celebration. A low chuckle rumbles up from his chest, the first spark of true mirth. His fingers tangle in my ruff, his forehead pressing to mine as the bond thrums between us renewed vitality, a shimmering thread of love and devotion that fills the aching void in my soul. This is what I've missed, this connection. I'm whole, complete again. My body and soul is in perfect harmony with his. I barely restrain myself. So, I don't. Energy surges through my veins, a boundless vitality that leaves me giddy and euphoric. I dance around Liam on clumsy paws, yipping and yowling my joy. Liquid sunlight has replaced the blood in my veins. every cell buzzing with the need to run, to play. I nuzzle against him, nibbling at his chest and hair in a playful invitation to join me. A sudden realization strikes me. My wounds are gone, as though they were never inflicted. I'm healed without a trace of my earlier injuries. I remember how Liam's own injuries vanished when he shifted form. It seems that miraculous ability has been granted to me as well. Now that I'm a wolf, everything is simple. I have no need for complex thoughts. All I want to do is bask in my mate, be with the simple pleasure of his company. Calm down, baby. I know how exciting the world is for you now. Liam's laughter rumbles through the room, a sound of pure happiness that sets my tail wagging. His fingers tangle in the fur around my neck as the bond between us resonates with perfect understanding. I lose myself in the perfection of our bond, but the hint of a shadow spears through the light. His fingers shake and a deep sigh falls past his lips. His laughter dies and the light inside me dims. I delve deeper into the shadow, trying to work out what it is, why it's there. It's coming from my mate. But why? And what is it? It takes me a moment. Then I understand, and when I do, it breaks my heart. The oozing heaviness eats away at our light. It draws me deeper, into his self-recrimination and loathing. I whine softly, licking his face again because he shouldn't feel like this. Not when I want to run and play and he makes me so happy. Not when I love him so much. Not when I want to make him feel the same way and bring back the light between us. All he does lean his forehead against mine as sobs rack his body, and now I can give name to the darkness eating him alive. Guilt. Acidic, burning guilt.
Chapter 18. Liam. Guilt drags me beneath turbulent waves of despair, a physical ache that throbs in my bones, a brand seared into the fiber of my soul. How could I have done this? How could I have hurt the one person in this world who means everything to me? Bile rises when I see her terrified face in my mind when my claws sank into her flesh and my jaw was wrapped around her throat. There are no excuses, no justifications. I attacked my mate, the other half of my soul. My wolf took control and I couldn't do a damn thing about it. I tried so hard to fight my wolf, to claw my way back to the surface and regain control, but the barrier grew wider and harder, no matter how hard I struggled. My wolf was feral, and my human side was fading away behind an impenetrable barrier. No matter how I screamed, how I pounded against that divide, I couldn't get through, couldn't reach him, couldn't make him understand. I had found my mate. Her soul had anchored mine. It should have been impossible for my wolf to turn feral, yet the impossible still happened. Rowan, sadistic bastard that he is, has somehow corrupted our bond. His dark magic didn't just lock my wolf, it divided my soul in two. Shame and self-loathing claw at my insides. Nothing I can do will ever make up for this. There will be no forgiveness. There should be no forgiveness. And yet, when I look at the miracle standing in front of me, it's not terror or revulsion that greets me in the depths of her beautiful hazel eyes. There's only love, pure and shining, and a sense of overwhelming wonderment. Somehow, impossibly, my sweet, precious mate has shifted into a sleek, magnificent wolf. Her fur is a riot of russet and cream, the colors shimmering in the soft light. Her muzzle is a stark white against the vibrant hues of her coat. Her eyes a piercing hazel that glow with the same otherworldly energy I know so well. She's breathtaking, ethereal, a creature of beauty and grace. Even as she dances excitedly around me on nimble paws, I can hardly believe she's real. Joy and excitement pulse through our bond, the innocent elation of her wolf's soul reaching out to caress my own. She yips and chirps, nuzzling against me in a playful invitation to join her. How I wish I could. How I long to surrender to the simple pleasures of our bond and let our wolves play. But I can't. All I feel is a sickening sense of remorse. Guilt weighs me down, a tar pit of recrimination, because I'm the reason she was hurt. I nearly destroyed her. Taylor senses my turmoil through the bond, and I wish just this once that there was no bond, that I could save her from myself. Confusion blossoms within her, quickly followed by a gentle sort of pleading as she tries to soothe me with nuzzles and licks. It breaks my heart to feel her adoration. She doesn't understand, not fully. She's a newborn wolf, filled with nothing but wonder. Complex human emotions are lost on her, too hard to process. All she wants is the joy of her mate. All that matters to her in this form is the simple pleasure of my company. Another lick trails across my cheek as she tries to understand. My wolf howls in anguish, pressing against the barrier I've thrown up between us. He wants to be free, to run and play too. But there's no way I'll let him pass, not after what he's done. He may be my other half, but he's also a threat. He's a danger I can no longer risk. Anguish washes over me in waves, a bottomless sorrow that leaves me hollow and gutted, because I know what I have to do, the only course of action that will keep Taylor safe from me. I have to ask Mitch to cull me. It's the only way. My wolf howls in anguish, a keening cry that echoes through my mind. He butts against the barrier, desperate to break free, to join his mate in the joyous celebration of their bond, the way he should be able to, but I won't let him. Won't ever again give him the chance to hurt Taylor, to visit upon her the same brutality I inflicted. He slinks back into the shadows. His grief is a tangible thing, thick and suffocating, and threatens to drag me down into the inky depths of despair. Good. He should suffer, should feel every bit of the agony he's brought upon us. Taylor's confusion buffets us. I force myself to meet Taylor's gaze, to witness the confusion and hurt that cloud in her eyes. I'm sorry, love, but I can't play with you now. Taylor's wolf whines, a pitiful sound that lances through me. She nuzzles against me, her emotions a chaotic whirl of longing and desperation, a wordless plea for me to reconsider. But there's no way I can shift, not if I want to keep her safe. I need you to shift back. There are things I need to say, things that only your human self can understand. And I promise, once we've talked, I'll shift too. We can run and play together just like you want. It's a lie, and it makes me hate myself more. Understanding flickers through our bond, followed by a shimmering in the air around Taylor's wolf. Her form blurs and shifts, fur receding and bones realigning until she's kneeling before me, gloriously naked and achingly beautiful. She falls in my arms with a choked sob, my name a litany on her lips as she peppers kisses across my face. Relief and joy flood through our connection, twining with the ever-present thrum of her love. Love I know I don't deserve, not after what I've done. I'm so happy you're back, she whispers, her voice thick with emotion. I was so worried, Liam. When Mitch and Zane found us in the forest, you were unconscious. So much has happened. She cups my cheek, her touch infinitely gentle. Wonder fills her eyes as she continues. I shifted, Liam. I don't know how, but my ring saved you. A power traveled through it like it did in the cell when it incapacitated Rowan. I nod, remembering the blinding flash of golden light, the way it shattered the barrier dividing me from my wolf. In that moment, I felt whole again, the fractures in my soul knitting back together under the onslaught of that incredible magic. Ilara says it was the goddess, Taylor murmurs, awe coloring her tone. Luaneth is the golden angel who came to me in the cell. She's helping us, Liam. She brought you back to me. Self-loathing is a bitter poison on my tongue. I don't deserve the goddess's intervention. Don't merit a second chance after the horrors I've wrought. My gaze darts around, seeing for the first time she's brought me back to safety and the familiar confines of the bite. The goddess herself, I whisper. Taylor frowns, no doubt picking up on my emotions churning through our bond. Liam, listen to me. What happened? It wasn't you. The wolf that attacked me, that wasn't the man I love, nor was he your wolf. She takes my face in her hands, her touch a brand against my skin. I'm not blaming you for anything. In fact, I'm thanking you for protecting me in Rowan's cell, for getting us to safety in the forest. If it wasn't for you and your wolf, we'd probably be dead by now. I shake my head, a mirthless laugh escaping my lips. That's the bare minimum I should do for you, Taylor. You deserve so much more than a mate who can't even control his own beast. Gently, I push her away, putting distance between us as I slump against the wall. A headache throbs against the inside of my skull. I hurt you. I let you down in the worst possible way. It's unforgivable. Taylor straddles my lap, her arms winding around my neck as she presses her naked form against mine. Her scent envelops me, that heady aroma of woodland roses and soft femininity that I crave like a drug. Liam, listen to me, she breathes, her forehead resting against my own. The bond may show me what you feel, but it doesn't take away my free will, and I'm choosing you, Liam. I love you. I want you, all of you, man and wolf. Her essence floods through our connection, a tidal wave of pure, unconditional love that staggers me with its intensity. I'm humbled by it, awed by the sheer depth of her devotion. I know I shouldn't accept it, shouldn't let her absolve me of my sins, but oh, how I want to. Suddenly, the bond pulses with a golden light, warm and soothing. A powerful awareness brushes against my mind, ancient and infinite, yet strangely familiar. Taylor gasps, her eyes widening. Do you feel that? She whispers, wonder suffusing her tone. It's Lunarith. She's here, Liam. She's with us. I do feel it, a presence that wraps around my battered soul. A voice whispers through my thoughts, gentle yet implacably strong. You are not to blame, my child. What was done to you, the darkness forced upon your soul. It was a violation of the highest order, but I am here now, and I will guide you through the aftermath of this wrong. The voice suffuses me with warmth that chases away the chill of despair. Honor your mate. Cherish the gift of her love, for it is what brought you back from the abyss. I will not forsake my children. The presence fades, but the glow of forgiveness remains, a steadfast light amidst the shadows of my heart. And then I realize that the unconditional acceptance that still wraps around me comes from Taylor. I love you, Liam. You don't have to be anything other than who you are. I'm choosing you, all of you, just as I know you chose me before I knew who I was to you, she says softly, her lips brushing the shell of my ear. She pulls back, her eyes locking with my own. You can't ask anything of yourself that you wouldn't ask of me, so please, forgive yourself as I have forgiven you. Her words are a blazing arrow of light that shatters the darkness into a million glittering shards. Because she's right. If our roles were reversed, if it was Taylor who had succumbed to Rowan's magic, I would move heaven and earth to convince her of the same. How can I deny her the same unwavering faith? Slowly, tentatively, I let myself sink into her embrace, allowing her love to wash over me in cleansing waves. My wolf stirs, feeling a glimmer of hope beneath the weight of his grief. Taylor reaches out to him through our bond, her soul touching his with a gentleness that makes my heart ache. I forgive you too. The violence was not your fault, she whispers. My wolf would like to meet you. A whine escapes my throat, my wolf pressing against the barrier. He wants to go to her, to accept the forgiveness she's offered so freely. I'm not human anymore, Liam. I'm a shifter now, and I need my shifter mate. I can't live without my wolf, without the other half of my soul. She takes my face in her hands, her gaze searing into my own. Please, Liam, I'm begging you. Accept both sides of me as I accept both sides of you. We deserve each other. We deserve this happiness. I want to be the mate she needs me to be, not the mate who's eaten by guilt. I want to be the best possible version of both sides of myself for her. The last of my resistance crumbles, the walls I've erected disintegrating into dust. Her love and forgiveness are too strong. I know I don't deserve her, but I'm going to make it my mantra for the rest of my life to show her the best possible me. I surge forward, capturing her lips with my own in a kiss that sears my very soul. I love you, I rasp against her mouth. I choose you, Taylor, always and forever. And as I let myself dissolve into her embrace, as I finally allow the shattered pieces of my soul to knit back together, rightness settles over me, limitless and unshakable. This is where I belong, at the side of my mate, my partner in all things, the woman who sees the darkest parts of me and loves me anyway, fiercely and without reservation. Together we'll find a way to heal the wounds Rowan has dealt us. It won't be easy. The scars on my spirit and on Taylor's are deep and raw. It will take time and patience and no small amount of faith to mend what has been broken. But we'll do it together, hand in hand, heart to heart. Two souls forever entwined, mates in every sense of the word. And as I lose myself in the haven of Taylor's arms, as I let her love fill up the empty spaces carved into my being, I finally allow myself to breathe, to hope, to heal.
Chapter 19. Taylor. The days blur together in a haze of passion and pleasure. We lose ourselves in each other, in the sheer joy of being alive and together. Liam worships me with his hands, his mouth, every touch an adoring caress that sets our bond sparking. He maps my body, seeking out every secret place that makes me gasp and shudder, and in turn, I pour my adoration into his skin, my fingers tracing the sculpted lines of his muscles, the velvet heat of his flesh. We make love until we're both spent and sated. Our bond is quiet. I revel in its depths. I would never have felt if not for the freak aspect of my blood. I have embraced both sides of myself. I'm no longer the broken human woman who had accepted her fate. I am fully healed on a deeper level than I could ever imagine, body, mind, and soul. Our bond is a communion of the most profound sort, a merging of every part of ourselves, and complete in a way I never have before, as if every atom of my being is precisely where it's meant to be. The only time we leave the sanctuary of our bed is to raid the kitchen that is thankfully clear. I'm sure Cindy has some sixth sense about that because the hotel is always quiet and the refrigerator is always stocked. We feed each other fruit and cheese, our laughter echoing off the tiles as we steal kisses between bites. It's a cocoon of bliss, a world unto ourselves where nothing else exists. I want to stay here forever, wrapped in Liam's arms, drowning in the honeyed warmth of his eyes. But eventually, reality intrudes. The outside world clamoring for our attention. We walk into the kitchen on a sunny morning to find it already occupied. Mitch, Zane, Sarah, Aria, Cindy, Sally, and Ilara are gathered around the large wooden table, the surface laden with a feast of breakfast foods. The aroma of coffee and bacon permeates the air, mingling with the warm scent of cinnamon rolls fresh from the oven. It seems our honeymoon is over. Look who finally decided to rejoin the land of the living, Mitch drawls, a playful smirk tugging at his lips. Laughter ripples around the table, good-natured and full of affection. I feel my cheeks heat, but I can't help the grin that spreads across my face. These people fill a void in my heart I hadn't even realized existed. "Leave them be, love," Sarah chides gently, swatting at Mitch's arm. "They're newly mated. We all remember what that's like, don't we?" Mitch's eyes soften as he gazes at his mate, a wealth of love and tenderness in his expression. "Indeed we do, sweetheart. Indeed we do." As we take our seats, Liam clears his throat, drawing the attention of everyone at the table. "There's something you all should know," he says, his voice filled with awe and wonder. "Taylor," she shifted. She's a wolf now, like us. Silence descends over the room, shock evident on every face. Mitch is the first to recover, his eyes widening as he turns to me. "Is this true, Taylor?" he asks softly, something like reverence in his tone. I nod, feeling a sudden shyness under the weight of their collective gaze. "It happened when he wasn't himself," I murmur, my hand seeking his beneath the table. "I don't know how, but suddenly I was on 4 paws instead of 2 feet. I'd turned feral, baby, and you brought me back," Liam said. Zane shakes his head. "Incredible," he breathes. "A human shifting. It's unheard of." Ilera leans forward, her eyes intent on mine. "The goddess has blessed you, child," she says, her voice ringing with certainty. "She granted you this gift so that you might save your mate, and in doing so, save yourself." Emotion clogs my throat, tears pricking at the corners of my eyes because I know that's true. She came not once, but all throughout our ordeal and saved us both while doing so. Mitch rises from his seat, coming to stand before me. He places a hand on my shoulder, his touch warm and reassuring. "Welcome to the pack, Taylor," he says formally, his eyes glinting with an emotion I can't quite name. "We're honored to have you among us." My wolf stirs within me, a contented rumble that vibrates through my consciousness. "Alpha," she whispers, the word laced with respect and affection. I duck my head, overwhelmed by the acceptance, the sense of belonging that wraps around me like a beloved quilt. "Thank you, I'm honored." Mitch wraps his large hand on my shoulder and smiles down at me. Power thrums from him to me, and instantly I understand his strength, his protection. My wolf bows to him, coming down onto her haunches, thumping her tail on the ground. Pack. The word whispers through my mind, an instinctive understanding that resonates in my very marrow. My wolf hums in agreement, a contented rumble that vibrates through my consciousness. These people, this place, it's where we're meant to be. Our home, our family. The banter flows easily as we take our seats, the conversation punctuated by laughter and the clink of cutlery against plates. I bask in the warmth of the camaraderie, the sense of belonging that wraps around me. As the meal winds down, Mitch clears his throat, his expression turning serious. He reaches into his pocket and withdraws a small scrap of paper, sliding it across the table to me. "Taylor, have you ever seen this symbol before?" he asks, his tone carefully neutral. Frowning, I pick up the paper, my eyes widening as I take in the intricate design etched upon its surface. It's a perfect match for the marking on the underside of my ring. The heirloom passed down through generations of my family. With trembling fingers, I slip the ring from my finger and hand it to Mitch, watching as he studies the symbol. After a long moment, he passes it to Ilera, a silent question in his eyes. The witch takes the ring, her gaze distant as she traces the delicate lines. "This is the mark of the wolf-shifter goddess." "Can I please have a look?" Sarah asks. She takes the ring and smiles at me when she sees the symbol. "It's the same one we all have." "All of you, but how?" I ask. Sarah lifts up her arm to show me her charm bracelet where I see the design etched onto one of the charms. I came across mine at the thrift store. It called to me. Aria shows me her stone. "I found mine at a market. I never left home without it." "You've yet to meet Maya and Sophia, but they had the same symbols on their person when they found Willowbrook," Mitch said. I take my ring back and turn it over in my fingers. It's my lucky ring, given to me by my grandmother. I never take it off. A small smile graces Ilara's lips. "It's the symbol of fated mates, given to us by the goddess so that they may find each other. It called to your wolf-shifter heritage and made you feel safe." "It kind of looks like the symbol on Liam's nape, but his is different," I say. Mitch's brows knit, and a shiver of unease runs down my spine. "You have a mark on your neck, Liam?" Liam's expression grows dim. I take his hand in mine and squeeze his fingers. "We haven't told you yet, but Rowan's magic worked. Zane shoots out of his chair. What do you mean? The bond dims with Liam's guilt, but I won't have that. You know what Lunarith told you. Liam squares his shoulders. I went feral. The goddess came to us and saved us both. I have everything to be thankful for. He holds up his hand when Mitch braces himself. I'm in no threat of turning feral now, although at the time I was going to ask you to cull me. The goddess said it was a violation, and now she's back to help us. Liam, may I see the back of your neck? Ilara asks. Slowly, hesitantly, Liam turns, baring his nape. I hated the mark when I discovered it. It wasn't there before Rowan found us, I said. It's the same marking we found on the ferals, Mitch says grimly, his jaw tight with tension. But you're saved. I nod. As soon as I put my ring to his nape, the goddess came and broke through the hold Rowan's magic had on Liam. Liam brings our joined hands to his lips, his kiss a brand against my skin. Taylor is my savior, he murmurs, his voice rough with emotion. In every way that matters, she brought me back from the abyss. Tears sting my eyes, my heart so full it feels fit to burst. The room is bathed in thick silence as Zane finds his seat. Mitch turns his stunned gaze to Ilara. That's how we can save them. I blink at my alpha. I'm sorry, what? Mitch's gaze roams over all of us. We use the fated mate symbol. Ilara leans back in her chair, her silver eyes faintly glowing. Yes, that would work. The positive will burn out the negative. It will mean they need to get close enough to touch, Zane says. Arya shudders. I never want to get close to another feral in my life. Zane put his arm around her, his gaze falling on Ilara. It's true, and we won't ask you to do that. We won't risk fated mates. Ilara, the ferals we've seen are gone. There's nothing left of their minds. They're worse than wild wolves. They're still being directed by black magic, and now we know who Rowan is, there has to be a way to reverse it. I'll ask my coven. If there's anything we can try, one of us will know, Ilara says. Mitch's next words are laced with urgency. Can you take us to where you found Rowan? He asks, his gaze darting between Liam and me. As we step outside, the crisp fall air fills my lungs, invigorating me from the inside out. The urge to shift, to let my wolf run free is a palpable thing, thrumming through my veins like a second heartbeat. I glance at Liam, a silent question in my eyes. He grins, his own excitement pulsing through our bond. Go on, love, he murmurs, his voice low and intimate. Let her out to play. Without hesitation, I move behind a bush to strip and then shift. I don't need any further encouragement. With a thought, I release my hold on my human form, letting the change ripple through me in a cascade of sensation. It's a rush like no other, the feeling of my body reshaping itself, fur replacing skin and claws sprouting from my fingertips. In mere moments, I'm standing on 4 paws, my russet coat gleaming in the dappled sunlight. The world is transformed, every sense heightened to an almost overwhelming degree. The rich loam of the earth, the crisp tang of pine, the musky odor of small prey. It all crashes over me, painting a vivid picture of the life that teems in the forest around us. My wolf is ecstatic, her joy a bright flare in my mind. She prances in place, her tail wagging furiously as she yips and spins, eager to explore every inch of this new, wild world. Liam chuckles. Easy there, baby. We've got a job to do first. But I promise, once we're done, we'll play to your heart's content. My wolf subsides, content with the knowledge that her mate is at her side. I park my wolf's butt on the ground and watch as our mate strips. I admire his body, but I admire it even more when he shifts into his wolf form. Mitch and Zane approach us in their wolf forms. They're both so much bigger than I am. Mitch's power presses down on me, the sheer strength of will that marks him as alpha of our pack. Zane's presence is no less impressive, the aura of the beta wrapping around me like a shield, a silent promise of protection. Mitch lets out a short, sharp bark, his meaning clear. A shiver runs down my spine at the thought of returning to that place. But with Liam at my side and my pack surrounding me, I know I have nothing to fear. We set off at a lope, the miles melting away beneath our paws as we run. The forest is a blur of green and gold, the scent of autumn rich in my nostrils. It's exhilarating, freeing in a way I've never known before, the final part of myself finally slotting into place. When we reach the clearing where Rowan forces us into his crooked little hut, nothing but thick forest surrounds us. I sniff the ground and whine, making sure I have the right place, and I catch our own old scents. This is definitely where he lured us in. The hut, the cell that haunted my nightmares, is gone. Not a trace remains, not even the faintest whiff of the dark magic that permeated every inch of that cursed place. Mitch and Zane fan out, their noses to the ground as they search for any hint of a trail. They also find nothing, no sign of where Rowan might have gone or how he managed to erase his presence. Frustration and disappointment radiate from the two males, a bitter tang that makes my nose wrinkle. Mitch shifts back to his human form, his expression rueful as he takes in my wolf's restless pacing. "You did well, Taylor," he says warmly, reaching out to ruffle the fur between my ears. "You're a natural at this." Pride swells in my chest at the praise, my tail wagging furiously. Mitch chuckles, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Go on then," he says, jerking his chin toward the forest. "Enjoy the day with your mate. You've both earned it." I answer with a playful yip. Alpha lets us play. Mitch shifts back into his wolf, he and Zane disappearing into the underbrush with a flash of tawny fur, and then it's just me and Liam, alone in this wild, beautiful place, with nothing but the sway of the trees and the song of the birds to keep us company. Liam pounces on top of me before leaping away and sending me an excited chuff. Oh yes, my wolf loves this game. We spend hours exploring, chasing each other through the dappled light and splashing in the cool, clear waters of a nearby stream. I lose myself in the simple joy of being a wolf, of experiencing the world through a lens of pure, uncomplicated wonder. When we finally tire, we shift back to our human forms, our bodies tangled together on a bed of soft moss. Liam's skin is warm against my own, his heartbeat a steady drum that lulls me into a state of boneless relaxation. We make love there, in the heart of the forest, with the scent of earth and wildflowers all around us. Afterward, we lie in contented silence, my head pillowed on Liam's chest as I trace idle patterns on his skin. The sun is beginning to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. "You know," Liam murmurs eventually, his voice a low rumble that I feel as much as hear, "it's tradition for a male to build his mate a home, a place that's just for them, where they can grow their love and their family. I never built anything. I never thought I'd be lucky enough to find you, but now I have, and I want to give you everything." I tilt my head to meet his gaze, my heart skipping a beat at the tenderness I find there. "I like the sound of that," I whisper, my lips curving into a soft smile. Liam's arms tighten around me, his fingers tracing the line of my spine. I was thinking, what if we built it here, in Willowbrook, where we can run and hunt and be free? Tears prick at the corners of my eyes, the sheer rightness of it rendering me breathless. I can see it so clearly. A cozy cabin nestled among the trees, filled with love and laughter and the patter of tiny paws. Children. Suddenly the full impact of the future I never thought I would have crashes over me. I can have children now. I have time. "Right here," he continues softly, gesturing to the little glade we've claimed as our own. "On this very spot, where the river sings us to sleep and the forest is always just a step away." My wolf yips in agreement, her joy a bright flare in my mind. This is where we belong, where we can put down roots and build a life together, surrounded by the wild beauty of the land and the unwavering support of our pack. "Yes," I breathe, The word a vow, a promise. Yes, Liam, it's so beautiful here. There's nowhere else I'd rather be than right here with you. Liam captures my lips in a kiss that sears my soul, his love pouring through our bond in a cascade of golden light. It fills up all the broken places inside me, chasing away the last lingering shadows of fear and doubt. In this moment, I am complete, whole in a way I never knew was possible, a woman and a wolf, perfectly balanced between two worlds. At my side is the man who owns my heart, my body, my very soul, the mate who will walk beside me through every trial and triumph, every joy and sorrow. This is where I belong, where we belong, together, always. As we lose ourselves in each other once more, a profound rightness settles over me. I am exactly where I'm meant to be, and for the first time in my life, I am truly, completely home.
Chapter 20. Mitch. The meeting at the pack house weighs heavily on my mind as I make my way through the forest, the scent of pine and damp earth filling my nostrils. I can still see the faces of my packmates, the fear and anger that rippled through the room as I told them about Rowan and the threat he poses to our way of life. I want my pack to be safe, and that includes telling them about the dangers that affect them all. We're pack, and every wolf at that meeting vowed to stand together against our common enemy, even if it is black magic. The thought of it makes my hackles rise, a growl building in my chest. To think that someone would use such twisted power to control our wolves, to turn them against the very mates they're meant to cherish and protect. It's an abomination, a violation of everything we hold sacred. I swore to my pack that I would do everything in my power to stop Rowan, to bring him to justice for the harm he's wrought, and I meant every word. But in the quiet of my own mind, I can't help but wonder, will it be enough? Can I truly keep my people safe from a monster who wields such dark forces? I shake off the doubts that cling like cobwebs and lope through the forest in my shifted form. My huge wolf eats up the miles to the ward that Liam turned over, the one that alerted us to his and Taylor's presence. I stop from sneezing in the stale copper of their blood and move to nose the ward back in place. But when I do, I see that same twisted symbol etched into the stone. It's the same on the chalice and the same as on the ward stone that Ethan discovered. As I crouch to examine the ward more closely, a sudden static in the air makes the fur on the back of my neck stand on end. I spin around, a snarl already forming on my lips, to find myself face to face with Jonah Cooper in his human form. Instinct screams at me to attack, to defend my territory, but he's still on his side of the border. The Longtooth and Ironjaw packs have been at odds for decades, a bitter feud that runs deep in our blood, and Jonah, well, his reputation precedes him, a misogynistic brute who sees females as little more than breeding stock and pack mules. I shift, the move violent enough to make me wince. "Why are you here?" I growl, the words clipped and harsh. Jonah's lip curls. "Your pack keeps on getting injured, Alpha. You should take better care of your own." Rage boils up inside me, hot and fierce. "Care to tell me about the feral you took?" Jonah's posture tenses into something wary and guarded. "That's none of your concern. But I do know your pack is finding human female mates." I bare my teeth, a clear warning. What happens to our pack is none of your damn business, especially our mates. To my surprise, Jonah doesn't rise to the bait. Instead, he takes a step forward, his expression grim. "It is my business," he says, each word weighted with a gravity I've never heard from him before. "Because it's not just the Longtooth who've been cursed. Ironjaw suffers the same fate." I blink, taken aback by the admission. Jonah's pack as cursed as Willowbrook? Losing wolves to the same feral madness that's been plaguing my own? No wonder he wanted the feral. He's possibly trying to work out what's happening as well. As much as it pains me to say it, I think it's time our packs put aside our differences, at least until this threat is dealt with. Jonah continues. I stare at him, searching for any hint of deceit in his face. But all I find is a grim determination, a resolve that mirrors my own. "Our mates," he says, the words sounding strange and foreign on his tongue. They must be protected at all costs, whether they be wolf or human. I never thought I'd see the day when Jonah, of all people, would advocate for the safety of human mates, but then again, desperate times call for desperate measures. A truce, then, I say, the words leaving a bitter taste, until Rowan is dealt with and our packs are safe, and then we can go back to hating each other, Jonah finishes, a humorless smile tugging at his lips, just like old times. I snort, shaking my head. It's a bitter pill to swallow, to ally with a male I've despised for so long, but if it means keeping my pack safe, keeping Taylor and Liam and all the others out of Rowan's clutches, I'll do what I must, even if it means making a deal with the devil himself.
Thank you for joining me on this journey. If you enjoyed the story, hit subscribe so you never miss a new tale. Your support means the world. See you in the next chapter.